dream. As stylists and servers, tips aren't just extra cash, they are everything. Most of us work hard for those tips, really hard. For most of us, the tips are difference between scraping by and finally breathing easier. I've used tip money to buy groceries more times than I can count, literally. And it's how I feed my family still. It's real money that comes straight from the gratitude and kindness of people who we serve every single day and the stories that we share. Tips are a gift, not money that the government should ever take. That is why the no tax on tips policy is nothing short of life-changing for us and for millions of hardworking service workers across Iowa and across America. Tips can now be deducted, meaning less taken by the government and more staying right here in our pockets, in our homes, putting our kids in sports, paying bills, and investing back in our small communities. It's relief that hits home. It's respect for the blisters on our feet, the late nights, and the personal care we pour into every single client who walks in the door. This policy isn't just smart economics, it's a powerful affirmation of the American dream. It says to every server, bartender, stylist, barber, and tipped worker, your sweat, your smile, and your skill, they matter. You get to keep building your future, supporting your family, and living the dream that says, if you work hard and treat people right, you can make it here in America. And I have to point out the moms that are over there in the corner. This group of ladies fights for the American dream in public education every day. Thank you. I want to extend my deepest and most heartfelt gratitude to President Trump for championing this bold game-changing policy and fighting to make this a reality and part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. He saw us, the everyday workers, the small-town dreamers, and he stood up for us when so many in Washington forgot. Thank you, President Trump, for believing in us, and a huge special thank also, I want to thank also Congressman Zach Nunn. He's been a force for Iowa, for small businesses. Zach has fought tirelessly to cut the red tape, secure wins for Main Street, and ensure that Iowa voices are heard. He's been right there with us, from roundtables to actually being in my business. It helps communities like Dallas Center. Together with President Trump, he's helping deliver real results that help us all keep dreaming bigger. This isn't just policy, it's relief. It's respect. It's the spark that reignites the fire in every single one of us who's ever dreamed of something better for our kids. For anyone who's believed that hard work should pay off without the government taking a bigger bite. To every client who's ever left a tip in their salon or barbershop, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You didn't just brighten someone's day, you helped sustain a family, a small business, and a dream that's now stronger than ever. Thank you. President Trump, thank you. We have so much gratitude for all that you are doing. Thank you for fighting for the American dream. Thank you for making that dream sustainable for all Americans. I also want to thank Congressman Zach Nunn for always being willing to have conversations. And that's what Iowa really needs, is those conversations. I want to thank my Representative Carter Nordman and for Senator Jesse Green. They work really hard too. They've been amazing and working hard on the tax relief as well. So Iowa, together, we are getting this done and we are going to be stronger than ever. God bless you all, and let's keep serving our customers with pride and gratitude.
You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man can sing. You broke my will, oh, what a thrill. Girl, in this wreck is just quitting balls of fire. I let that love, all I thought it was funny. You came along and you moved, now honey, I changed my mind, love is fine. Goodness gracious, quitting balls of fire. You kiss me, baby. Ooh, it feels good. Hold me, baby. Girl, just let me love you like a lover.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks.
You know, they're playing this song, Macho Man. Every hard-working woman deserves a macho man, and I see a whole lot of them all around me. But the number one macho man you're going to hear from in a little while. As a veteran, when I came in today, I wanted to give the one-finger salute to our welcoming committee. How many of you wanted to do that? Well, we're here to welcome Donald Trump, the 47th president, back to Iowa, the greatest state in the nation. And what a year that President Trump and we have had. And we know that as we usher in the new year always starts with what? Tax season. Now, Mark Twain had some thoughts on taxes. The only difference between the tax man and the taxidermist is that the taxidermist leaves your skin. But in 2026, President Trump and your Republican Congress and Senate left your skin intact. Thanks to the working families tax cut, single mothers, working families, small business owners, farmers, and yes, even senior citizens will be better off. 90% of senior citizens are going to benefit from the $6,000 deduction on their taxes. Our small business owners will benefit from tax provisions. Every tax bracket was kept lower and at pace, so you keep more of your hard-earned money. Whether it is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, for the first time ever, $1,000 baby gift. The creation of wealth for any family in America, regardless of what your financial circumstances are. That will be the gift that gives for the rest of their lives. And for the first time ever, if you contribute a charitable contribution of $1,000, you don't have to itemize your taxes. You will get that charitable deduction. And we know that Americans are giving and charitable and gracious people. Think about it. Every single Democrat voted to raise your taxes. But that's no surprise. What did they give us during the 4 years of President Biden? They gave us the hidden tax of inflation and high prices. They gave us open borders, criminal gangs, fentanyl and other illegal drugs pouring into our country, record numbers of overdoses in our young people. And let's not forget that they gave us the disastrous, incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan that created 13 new Gold Star families. So if there is any doubt on what policy should go forward and what it means to have a great leader, this president respects life. He respects religious liberty. He respects closed borders, secure and safe communities. And this president respects your hard-earned dollars. And if you want bad policy, all we have to do is look across the Mississippi River to Illinois, or look to the west to gruesome Newsom, or look to New York City for Commie Mandami. That shows you the difference between policies in Iowa, policies of President Trump, and policies of the progressive left. So George Orwell said that some ideas are so wrong, only an intelligent person could believe them. That begs the question, what's exactly intelligence? So let's give President Trump the majorities he has earned so we can continue to make great ideas become reality. God bless you, God bless Iowa, God bless Donald Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Body, wanna feel my body, baby. Such a thrill, my body, yeah, yeah. Wanna touch my body, baby. It's too much, not too much, my body, yeah, yeah. Check it out, my body, baby. Touch my body, yeah, yeah. Talking about my body, well, turn it out, listen to my body. Every man wants to be a macho, macho man. To have the kind of body, always in demand. Jogging in the mornings, go man go. Workouts in the health bar, muscles glow. You can best believe that he's a macho man. That he took it down with anyone he can. Hey, 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 hey. Macho, macho, macho man, yeah. I got to be a macho. I got to be a macho, macho man, yeah. I got to be a macho. Oh, macho, macho man, yeah. I got to be a macho man. Macho, macho man. Hey, hey. I got to be a macho.
on. You have a number for me? I have 2 bars. Brandon, I have 2 bars.
I'm trying to put you in the worst mood. P1 cleaner than your church shoes. Really point 2 just to hurt you. All red lamp just to tease you. None of these toys on lease to. Made your whole year in a week too. Main bitch out of your league too. Side bitch out of your league too. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks of table come from ebony. That I ran to skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, but I love my baby.
Yeah.
You talking money, need a
Brandon.
You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, like to any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you got.
I got you loud and clear. Thank you, sir.
I'm a motherfucking star boy. Every day a nigga try to test me, Every day a nigga try to end me, Pull off in that roadster SV, Pockets overweight getting hefty, Coming for the king, that's a far cry. I come alive in the fall time, The competition, I don't really listen. I'm in the blue moon song, bumping new edition. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks of table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man, I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, I take any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Let a nigga Brad Pitt, legend of the fall, took the year like a bandit. Bought mama a crib and a brand new wagon. Now she hit the grocery shop looking lavish. Star Trek roof in the Wraith the Con. Girls get loose when they hear the song. 100 on the dash, get me close to God. We don't pray for love, we just pray for cause. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks of table come from ebony. Cut that out into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, but I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing.
They're always right. It doesn't. But I stand with law enforcement because they do the best they can every single day. Coming up after the break, President Trump is sending border czar Tom Homan to take charge of Minneapolis amid the contentious escalation of anti-ICE protesters and fraud allegations. I'll bring on a former DHS advisor to discuss that next, right here on America's Voice Live.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy
know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
All right, welcome back to the program. Keeping an eye on President Trump. He is in Clive, Iowa. We'll let you know when he takes the stage, and we will go there as soon as he does. It was announced earlier today that Tom Homan has arrived in Minneapolis and spoken with Governor Tim Walz. He's there to oversee ICE operations and in Minneapolis and St. Paul. The announcement follows two fatal clashes in the city this month as federal agents carried out long overdue immigration enforcement there. Earlier in January, protester Renee Good was killed after nearly running over an ICE agent with her car. And this past weekend, nurse Alex Preddy died after bringing a gun to what the left calls a peaceful protest and interfering with law enforcement operations and struggling with police. The incidents have intensified national debate as President Trump presses ahead with his plan to deport millions of illegals from this country, especially the worst of the worst. The president also pointed to the massive multi-billion-dollar welfare fraud scheme that's been uncovered in the state of Minnesota. Arguing it has fueled organized demonstrations, he added that the Justice Department and Congress are investigating Representative Ilhan Omar as part of the broader problem and part of the broader probe. Joining to discuss this, former DHS advisor and CEO of Sentinel, Charles Marino. Charles, thank you for joining me back on the program. All right, I understand that Homan and Walz have had a conversation. They've agreed to further dialogue. Look, as was pointed out at the top of the show here, this isn't happening in Texas or Florida or in Michigan, where I live, because local law enforcement is working with federal agents to get the worst of the worst out. It's different in Minnesota. The police have been told to stand down clearly because they walk away from federal agents. They do nothing to cordon off an area and make it safe to target an individual who could be dangerous in this country. Why is Minneapolis so resistant to doing what's clearly right, and that is protect the federal officers, let them get the people that have been charged with murder or rape or drunk driving or human trafficking or selling drugs? Why not help these folks get these illegals that are dangerous to our communities out of there?
Well, that's right. And this is why I don't hold out much hope regarding these negotiations that are currently going on, because Governor Walz, Mayor Fry, Attorney General Ellison are all disingenuous. They are fully baked in to being a sanctuary state and Minneapolis being a sanctuary city. If you look at what the Trump administration has always asked from the start of all cities and states in the country, is allow us into the jails to more quickly identify the public safety threats that are in the country illegally, allow your state and local law enforcement departments to work collaboratively with us, both on operations and in sharing intelligence, and honor the detainers, the immigration detainers, so that we can quickly deport these public safety threats. Sanctuary cities across the board have said no. The difference in Minneapolis is this, and there are currently ICE operations underway, by the way, in other sanctuary cities across the country. The difference with Minneapolis is no other city or state is inciting and obstructing at the level of the governor in any other state. Tim Walz is doing that. Mayor Fry is doing that. Attorney General Ellison is responsible for that. That's why we have the environment we have on the ground. And they've done it on purpose. Why? Because they want to make this job as hard and as unsafe as possible for ICE and CBP agents. And they also want to make it as publicly messy as it can be so they can do exactly what they're doing when ICE and CBP agents need to use force.
It's a distraction for sure. If local law enforcement cordoned off the area and kept people back, Alex Preddy would still be alive. Nicole Good would still be alive, I believe. Terrible situation for both of those people, but they inserted themselves into a volatile situation involving law enforcement. In fact, I've just learned from Just the News that Alex Preddy had a broken rib from an incident a week earlier with federal agents. It wasn't his first time getting involved with police and having a violent situation. It's terrible that it ended the way it did. But I can assure you, if you allow the police to do the job, you want to stand on the corner and yell and use your bullhorn and wave your signs, that's fine. And you can bring a sidearm. That's also legal. But when you go mix it up with the police, it becomes a very dangerous and fluid situation. I don't know what the investigation is going to show here. It's a terrible outcome. Terrible for the officer that shot, terrible for Mr. Preddy. But if you allow people to continue to come in and harass and use vehicles and put their hands on police, it's going to get worse before it gets better, Charles.
Yeah, and it can. And look, my entire adult life, I've gone through use of force training. I have carried a firearm in my career. I continue to do so every day today. And I know there's a lot of people talking about use of force right now on all the TV shows, and 3/4 of them don't know what they're talking about. The facts are this. As a concealed weapons permit holder, you have got to exercise reasonable judgment. And part of that reasonable judgment is that you are not going to be in a conflict with law enforcement and violating the law. That creates the messy situations that the governor wants to see play out. They know that their rhetoric, Steve, is falling on a wide variety of different personalities, different people that are going to interpret their words a million different ways. And that's what they're counting on. They're counting on somebody to get behind the wheel of a car and decide not to listen to law enforcement and try and run them over. And it also includes somebody showing up to conduct disruptive actions while armed. And none of these have good outcomes, by the way.
Yeah. My understanding is in the state of Minnesota, same as Michigan, you have to carry a concealed carry permit and identification on you if you're carrying a firearm. Reporting from Minneapolis says that Mr. Preddy had neither of those things, so he was not carrying lawfully. That was to the side. It's still a terrible situation, a terrible outcome. The look could have been avoided if he had listened to his own parents who said, please, don't go get engaged with the police at these protests.
Right.
He did it, bad outcome. I don't know if it's going to be deemed a good shoot or a bad shoot. A lot of videos, a lot of questions. Let the investigation play out. But it could have been avoided. Last word to you.
I think everything that we're seeing could have been avoided. You gave an example of it. Look, let ICE into the jails and you won't have 2,000 ICE agents all over the streets, including CBP agents. I mean, this is why the Trump administration has made the requests they've made from the very start of their immigration enforcement operations. There's a way to lower the temperature here, and it's all on Governor Walz, but it will require him to step away from the sanctuary policies of his state. And I do not see him doing that. So who's going to blink first here from the White House and the Minnesota administration of Governor Walz? And who's going to blink the biggest? That's still yet to come.
We'll find out, Charles. We're going to find out. Greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you. Now,
Thanks,
coming up
Steve.
after the break, President Trump set to speak in Iowa at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Real America's Voice correspondent David Zier will join me from Iowa, Clive, Iowa, with the latest ahead of the president's remarks. We'll be right back.
Real America's Voice is growing, and now it's all in one place. Introducing the new and improved RAV app, built for access, community, and choice, not paywalls. Here's the key. RAV is still free to watch. No sign-in, no membership required. Your favorite live streams, breaking coverage, and video on demand are all right there. Free, just like always.
For the War Room Posse, we have to be a force multiplier on this. We have to stick the landing.
In the White House, in the Oval Office, you're crushing it, my friend.
And if you want more, the members section is your backstage pass. Get exclusive behind-the-scenes photos and videos, insider moments from the studio and the field, and early access to new content before it goes public. Members can also unlock special experiences like virtual meet and greets, member-only auctions, and select event access, plus commercial-free viewing of certain shows inside the app. It's not just an app, it's a community. Download the RAV app today. Find it in the App Store and Google Play.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Hi there, I'm Dean Heskin, President and CEO of Swiss America. With trillions of dollars vanishing from the stock portfolios of retiring Americans, many hardworking people I speak with are concerned about the holdings in their IRAs. But I have good news for you. Our team at Swiss America can show you how easy it is to own gold in your IRA. You see, even with economic turmoil all around us, gold continues to not only be a safe haven, but is also increasing to all-time highs. The volatility of markets has created a lot of undue stress for people. Wouldn't you like that peace of mind that diversifying into metals can provide? For over 40 years, Swiss America has helped people just like you own precious metals in your IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity. Call or text our team at the number on your screen to receive a free copy of our Gold IRA brochure today.
Joining us is Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company with advice for dealing with seasonal colds and flu. Doctor?
Cold and flu season is here, and every year you or a loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting in a crowded urgent care is brutal. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and it's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions. It includes antibiotics like generic Z-Pak to get well faster, amoxicillin for pneumonia, strep throat, ear infections, plus prescriptions for nausea and UTIs, and even ivermectin. It's easy. Just match your symptoms to the prescription in your guidebook or call the telemedicine doctor standing by. Take your medication early and feel better faster. Having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care in your home. No waiting to see a doctor, no lines at the pharmacy.
Smart advice. We've shared the website and discount code below to save viewers $45. Order now and your kit will be rushed to your door. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, Real America's Voice correspondent David Zier on the ground in Clive, Iowa. President Trump's scheduled to speak at about 4 o'clock Eastern time, but he's got this habit of running a bit late, it seems. He'll be kicking off the GOP's midterm push as the White House pivots to the battle for Congress in November. RAV correspondent and host of Breaking Point, David Zier, joining me now live for the latest. David, good afternoon. I hear it's chilly there. It's chilly across the country, but Donald Trump will warm the House up. But you just told me you think he might be a few minutes late. What's the feeling there?
Yeah. Well, people are energetic. You know, he won here by 13. So it's the crowd, the caucus captains. You know, Trump did so well in the Iowa caucus. He won every county in Iowa except for one, and that one he only lost by a few votes. So we got a lot of precinct captains, a lot of people, you know, devout Trump followers. There's under 1,000 people here. It's a little more intimate crowd. Trump is on his way here, but stopping by the Machine Shed, the successful breakfast and lunch chain, and he's here to address the economy here, but also to support these races here where both Miller Meeks, just east of here in the 1st district, and this district, the 3rd district, Zach Nunn, eked out victories, and they're vulnerable, and they're leaning red, but it's a toss-up in each district. And this could be, a disaster for the House, just losing these 2 seats, because it only leaves 2 seats nationwide, to lose after that, and they lose control of the House. And I just want to add Zach Nunn's message today: campus housing affordability, rural housing, fixing up stuff through the USDA, farms for seniors, houses, repairs, and Miller Meeks, Congressman Marionette Miller Meeks, all about energy, getting that E15 approved for the corn growers in Iowa and the ethanol producers. She's working on Congress to get that funded, which will be 10 to 30 cents lower at the pump if they're successful for any car made after 2021. Sure. You can't use it in small machinery, but yeah, so a lot going on here today.
Yeah, Iowa 3, Miller Meeks seat, one of the closest, one of the top 10 races in the country, from what I understand. She won by a very slight margin twice in a row now. But, I mean, it is a tight district. And so it's going to be one of those bellwether districts. It's important for her to pull this one out because it'll be indicative of how the rest of the country goes, right?
Yes, and the dynamic here is that these districts, Trump won big. But the GOP House members that didn't win by large majorities, putting them into play. And the problem is, how do you get voters out for the midterms if Trump is not on the ballot here? So he's going to visit these districts nationwide just about every week going forward up until the midterms, and some other dynamics in play. The Dems are getting unified here. 2 of the candidates in the primary challenging, for the Democratic nomination have dropped out because they want a unified ticket so they don't get messy primaries before the elections. The primary is only 6 months away here. But also, remember, open seat for governor. Kim Reynolds not running again. Congressman Randy Feenstra is going to be running for that. And then we got Ashley Hinson, another congresswoman here, will run for the Senate as a Republican to fill Joni Ernst's seat. But that southeastern district, the first for Miller Meeks, it's pretty liberal down there. Or more moderate than, say, the northwest part of the state, which has very conservative voting. So these races are one to watch. And then people on the far right, in the MAGA crowd, some aren't crazy about Zach Nunn. Others think he's doing an effective job. But his housing affordability plan, I think, has a lot of credibility to it. Offering even Section 8 vouchers for college students for campus housing. I guess we'd rather the money go there than to illegals.
Fair point, David. Thank you very much. We're currently watching live pictures of the president there at that diner you mentioned, meeting and greeting and seeing some of the locals well received, it seems. David Zier, thank you. We'll keep you on speed dial for the rest of the day, see if the president shows up at the podium. Right now, he's meeting his constituents in Iowa, right outside of Clive, Iowa. There you go, live scene.
$18 trillion being invested.
Working the crowd, as it were. This is the kickoff for the 2026 midterms in earnest, as you can see here. This is Donald Trump in his element. He enjoys this. He enjoys talking to the crowd and talking to people. We'll listen in again.
They gave us the phony polls. We were up 18 and they said we were down 4. We ended up winning it. And we sued them. We got some no tax on tip. No tax on that idea. A waitress. The waitress said, "Sir, we should not pay tax on tip." I said, "Guess what? You got it. Come on, let's have a picture. Come on."
Get the farm team in here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
You know this handsome gentleman.
I do indeed. Right. First is the first person in the whole country that endorsed it. That's right. I call him the Marlboro man. I shouldn't say that. He's the Marlboro man. You doing okay? He was the first one. The whole country. He said, if that guy runs, I didn't even announce. He endorsed me before I announced. That's even better. Yeah, we love you. Are you going to be over there?
Oh, yeah. I got the picture on the tractor up front when you drove in it.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
right. Good tractor. Oh, good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Brad. Well, anybody next to this guy has to like Trump. Because he was see over there. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Look who we have.
Hi, that's right.
A little press. A little press. I wish they were a little more honest, but that's okay. How are you? Nice to see you. I love this. Look at that hat. Dude, I love that. Look at it. Full, beautiful. Look at that. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See you later. Hello, everybody. Hello. So, what do you think? Should I talk to them for a little while? It's always exciting. You all doing all right? You going over to the speech? You going over to the speech? Good. We're going to have a good time. Nice group of people. We'll do whatever's appropriate. You know, we secured the border. Remember that. We secured the border. We did things that nobody thought was possible. We had 25 million people come through the border. When I took over, it was a mess. You take a look at what we did in terms of pricing. So you had gasoline at $4.50. Now it's at $1.99 in many places, a gallon. $1.99.
$1.89 in Iowa, sir.
That's right. And what are you there?
$1.89.
$1.89. Very honorable man. He doesn't make up stories. $1.89. When I took over, you were $4.50, $3.50, $5 all over the place. Now we have prices coming way down. But remember, we secured the border. Crime is down all over the country. We just had a crime report coming out from, I think, one of the networks, which they hate to hear this, but crime is the lowest number ever recorded. So, when they say, you know, we talk about Minnesota, but in Minnesota, you probably read, their crime is way down. You know why? Because we took out thousands of criminals out of Minnesota, and that's why it's good. So anyway, but we have Tom Homan is over there. We all love Tom.
Yeah.
And he met with the governor, met with the mayor. He's going to meet with the mayor, I guess, and it's going very well. But remember this, even Minnesota, their crime is down. And you know why it's down? Because of what we did. We took out thousands of criminals, career criminals, bad criminals, people that came in from Venezuela. By the way, how did we do in Venezuela? Not bad, right? But people that came in Venezuela, think of it, people that came in from countries all over the world. They came from the Congo. They came from all over South America, all over Latin America, all over Africa. They came from everywhere. And they came out of prisons in many cases. They came out of mental institutions in many cases. And we're getting them out, and we got a lot of them out, but we have now the safest country we've ever had. Washington, D.C. went from being a crime-ridden place to a place that has virtually no crime in a period of a couple of months. So we're very proud of what we've been able to do. And this is a state that's been with me all 3 times, right?
Since the very beginning, boss. Very beginning.
I'd like to give it another one, too, if you're...
Mr. President, why did you decide...
Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of traveling. I think so. I mean, I like traveling to places. I love this place. This was the beginning of my politics, right?
That's right.
And it treated me well right from the beginning.
Mr. President, message for farmers.
Do you feel that the...
Say what?
Do you feel that the
message
president...
for farmers. Mr. President, why did you decide to shake up your leadership team in Minnesota and send Tom?
I do that all the time. I shake up teams. Everybody here, these are a lot of owners of farms and places, and you shake up your team. If they can't do the crops fast enough, they go. Look, we have an incredible team. We did something that nobody said was possible. We didn't go back to Congress and ask for legislation. We closed the border, and in the last 8 months, they have, and this is actually hard to believe, nobody crossed the border, right? Nobody. They say nobody. I don't even know if that's possible. But, you know, it's Democrats that do the report. It's a very liberal group that does that report. It's a very important report. And for 9 months, I guess 8 months, 9 months, we have nobody coming into our country unless they come in legally. We want them to come in legally. You need people to work for you. But we did something that I would say people thought that was absolutely impossible, and we were able to do it. So we're very honored by what's happened to our country. In addition, we have $18 trillion coming in, building plants, building auto factories, building AI factories. Like no other country in the world has done what we've done in the last year. And I think it's the most successful first-term president. There's never been a year like this in the history of the country. And he's been with me from the beginning, this guy. Make sure, take good care of him. He's been with me. So I'm going around, and I'm going around because hopefully we win the midterms. And it's very scary because, like, it's 2 out of 50 years or something like that.
Right.
For some reason, when a president wins, Republican or Democrat, even if they're a good president, and hopefully I'm a great president, based on the first year, I'm a great president. And we had a great first term, too. People don't know, we rebuilt our military. We had phenomenal financial numbers, but I think this term's blowing away really every term. But traditionally, when a president gets elected, out of, I think, 50 years, they've had 2 that won. I don't understand it.
You're going to be the
next. They've had 2, so we have to, and one was by unusual circumstance. So there's something psychological. If you win the president, whether you're Republican or Democrat, with that being said, the polls look very good. Everything looks very good. And you have great congressmen here, congressmen and women here, and we love Iowa. We love Iowa. And I think didn't I just give the farmers $12 billion, right?
66 billion in total.
Well, I gave total 66.
That's right.
But just recently we gave the farmers $12 billion because they were treated unfairly by foreign countries. I said, how much? They said 12 billion. I said, they got it. You know where I got it? Tariffs. I got it from the tariffs. Without the tariffs. And again, you know, most of these, we right now have more factories and plants being built in our country than we've ever had before. That came in because they're coming because they don't want to pay the tariffs. So I said, if you build here, you don't have to pay tariffs. So it's great.
Mr. President, you talked a lot about...
Mr. President, with the current value of the dollar, do you think it's declined too much?
No, I think it's great. I mean, the value of the dollar, look at the business we're doing. No, dollar's doing great. You know, it's very interesting. If you look at China and Japan, I used to fight like hell with them because they always wanted to devalue their yen. You know that? The yen and the yuan. And they'd always want to devalue it. They devalue. And I said, not fair that you devalue because it's hard to compete when they devalue. But they always fought, no, our dollar's very good.
You talked a lot about Minnesota, Mr. President. Some of your own administration officials have labeled Alex
By the way, this is ABC fake news, this one. She hasn't asked me a good question in years. I think a nice woman, but I don't really like her too much. Go ahead, what'd you say? I'd say ABC's about as bad as they get.
Mr. President, would you like to see the dollar's value decline more? Would that be helpful?
No, I'd want it to be just seek its own level, which is the fair thing to do. You could have it, I could have it go up or go down like a yo-yo. I'll give you an example, unemployment. I could create the greatest unemployment numbers or employment numbers ever. All I have to do is hire 3 million people and put them into the federal government, and you have 10 people, you know, for one job, right?
That's right.
And what we've done is we've cut the federal employees, and they've gone to the private sector. But if I wanted, I could hire 1 million people tomorrow, put them in the federal government, and she'd be writing a story. Unbelievable employment. Unbelievable
Do you agree
employment.
with the assessment?
But we have great unemployment numbers.
Yeah.
I think they're great. Is there one number that's bad? Can you tell? Is there one number that's bad? There's not one.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room, we view that as a very unfortunate incident, okay?
right.
Everyone,
That's
unless
right.
you're a stupid person. Very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
You said that you are the de facto president of Venezuela. I don't know, maybe you were joking when you said that. Is the U.S. a de facto member of OPEC right now?
Well, I'll tell you what, we are a very strong presence in Venezuela. We're going to get a lot of money for Venezuela. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, with the exception, I think, of our country.
Yep.
And it's bigger than Saudi Arabia. And we had a very strong moment with Venezuela a couple of weeks ago. And we are working beautifully with Venezuela. I will tell you, they're going to do better now than they ever did, than they've done ever at any point. And we're going to be making a lot of money for them and a lot of money for our country. We have a very good relationship with the leaders of Venezuela, and we're going to keep it that way.
What are your plans, Mr. President? What are your plans for Cuba, Mr. President?
Well, we're going to see what happens with Cuba. I don't know. Anybody interested in Cuba in this room? Not too many people. This is not a Cuba room, but that's all right. There are plenty of them around, especially in Miami. And Cuba will be failing pretty soon. Cuba is really a nation that's very close to failing. You know, they got their money from Venezuela. They got the oil from Venezuela. They're not getting that anymore.
You were talking about the polls earlier. Clearly, your base is with you, strong and supportive. They're very
Stronger than. Oh, by the way, our base is with us. I think they're the best poll numbers. The real poll numbers, I think we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. Think of it, if I were to run again, would anybody be happy? You know, so we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
What?
No, I didn't hear that. Did you?
All right. President Trump working the room there in Urbandale, Iowa, shaking hands, taking a few questions from reporters, talking about the economy, energy, a little bit about Minnesota. And that's probably a preview of what you're going to hear when he takes the podium. And we'll see what he has to say when he gets to Clive, Iowa for that event. It is the official kickoff of the midterm elections. And we'll go from there. All right, back to the news of the day. Credit cards are a big responsibility. While most understand that transactions are credit and meant to be reserved for emergencies or big purchases such as a home, many fall into the trap of using their credit cards for everyday purchases. Tough place to be. Such things can make the balance climb higher and higher, unsurprisingly, but there are ways to get the balance on your statement back down. Joining me to discuss is a consumer finance advocate for Iconic Debt Relief, Melanie Pecor. Melanie, nice to see you back on the program. Well, glad to have you here. How many Americans are currently struggling with credit card debt today?
It's a very sad number, but conservatively, Steve, it's about 95 to 100 million adults, American adults, carrying balances from month to month.
Yeah, that's an incredible number. Yeah, an incredible number. And so why is it so hard? People run up their credit card bills. Do they not think ahead? Do they think, I can catch up? I'll just do more next month. I'll wait 6 months. What's the problem with paying off a credit card?
The biggest problem, and I think, most of us, especially at a younger age, can really relate to this, is you don't realize that compounding interest isn't the same as like your automobile interest. So it's almost like climbing out from underneath a hole while people are pouring dirt on you and rocks, because now all of a sudden there's unexpected costs because you're trying to pay off this extra money that you had to use the month before, but you don't actually have another way of creating that money to pay off that credit card. So they just keep hitting you left and right as you're climbing out of this hole.
Yeah. So a lot of people think, well, and maybe it'll be better this year because the big, beautiful bill. But tax returns, so I'm going to pay it off my tax return. This year's tax returns are going to be bigger for millions of Americans, but still, that's more being hope, and hope is not a plan, is it?
Well, right. And we all have great intentions when we, bring in these big checks, and let's hope these tax returns are great, right? But let's be realistic with ourselves, right? Because a lot of times we're using our credit cards for these unexpected costs or just regular living costs. So wouldn't it feel nice to either be able to hold on to that money so you're not reusing those credit cards again and building and building and building? Or most likely what happens is they've already taken those funds up by past due bills, or it's just straight up not actually enough to cover all of your debt. And then you're still stuck at ground zero because you put most of it towards your debt, but nothing into savings. So now what happens next month, right? It's really realistic thinking, and that's really what we're here to help you with.
All right, so what do you guys do differently? What is different that you can help people with right now? We got about 1 minute here. Tell them how to get it done, Melanie.
Okay, well, in short, Steve, at Iconic Debt Relief, we help you find the light at the end of the tunnel, where you're still going to keep money in the bank account and you're still going to pay off your bills and come out from under this unscathed and in a much better financial situation with hope. Okay, so just remember you're not alone. It's not a personal failure to be in credit card debt. Millions of hardworking Americans are. Please reach out to us at either iconicdebtrelief.com or give us a call. Don't wait. Let's get it started today, and you will see that light at the end of the tunnel before you know it.
That's right, and you'll sleep tonight because the pressure will be off you. Thank you so much for being here, Melanie.
Thank you.
All right. Iconic Debt Relief, you can find them at iconicdebtrelief.com/RAV-TD, or you can give them a call, 833-408-3828. iconicdebtrelief.com/RAV-TV, or call 833-408-3828. After the break, what makes America wonderful? We'll be right back.
Joining us is Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company with advice for dealing with seasonal colds and flu. Doctor?
Cold and flu season is here, and every year you or a loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting in a crowded urgent care is brutal. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and it's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions. It includes antibiotics like generic Z-Pak to get well faster, amoxicillin for pneumonia, strep throat, ear infections, plus prescriptions for nausea and UTIs, and even ivermectin. It's easy. Just match your symptoms to the prescription in your guidebook or call the telemedicine doctor standing by. Take your medication early and feel better faster. Having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care in your home. No waiting to see a doctor, no lines at the pharmacy.
Smart advice. We've shared the website and discount code below to save viewers $45. Order now and your kit will be rushed to your door. Thank you, Doctor.
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down. And the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country. Not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, a movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
The voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Well, a new year means new financial goals, like making sure your savings are secure and diversified. Will this be the year you finally listen to me and talk to someone from Birch Gold Group? Honestly, they're great people. I appreciate their educational approach and their understanding of macroeconomics. There are forces pushing the dollar lower and gold higher along with silver too, which is why they believe every American should own physical gold and silver. So until January the 30th, if you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold offering a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, just text America to 989898. Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you are still eligible for a rebate up to $10,000. Make right now the first time you buy gold and take advantage of a rebate up to $10,000 when you buy by January 30th. Time is running out. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility today. Again, text America to 989898. We're going to jump to the question of the day now. How do you think Tom Homan's presence will affect the anti-ICE protests in Minnesota? Brian Sharkey writes, when he meets with the mayor today, he should tell him cooperation or incarceration. Lisa Johnson, Trump set in the hammer, man. Homer is a beast, honest to the core. There is no FAFO with him. This is just the next step. Remember, Trump is several moves ahead of everyone else. He has placed Homan there for a reason. Let it play out and bet things straighten out. We'll see. Doug Greer says, let's see how many show up. And Mike Orr, hopefully they back down or face the laws of our country. He will enforce them. Andy Mullen says zero effect. Well, Andy, I think you're wrong about that. We're going to see effect. Wayner Albert writes, just the next phase, and Mary Brown Hill has this. I trust President Trump. Mark Peterson shares, Lincoln needed a grant. Well, that's true. And Lisa Richard says, I hope that he is really protected. He should have Marine bodyguards and the Secret Service. Tom is a bulldog and a no-nonsense person. He's doing exactly what the United States elected our fantastic president, Donald Trump, to do. We'll leave it there for today. All right, big show today. The president on his way to that event in Clive, Iowa. We'll keep following it here on Real America's Voice. Tomorrow morning, join me at 6 a.m. to kick off your live broadcast and Real America's Voice. I'll be right here with the Steve Gruber Show. Always follow me on all the social media platforms. I look forward to hearing from you. And you can send me an email, stevegruber.com. Until we talk again.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means it's ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dried premium meats, fruit, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Never kibbled.
You got it, kid, and they're gonna love it.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
right, ring that bell. There it is, 4 o'clock. Wall Street, very, very odd kind of day on Wall Street, folks. I can't even really explain it. It's called a mixed market usually when they do this, but Dow Jones down 409 points. 409 points, down. NASDAQ up 215 points. NASDAQ up, Dow Jones down. Now there's some earnings that came out in some of the tech stocks. All week they're going to be doing that, but generally they don't see that big of a disparity between the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ. S&P was up a bit. Oil, not such great news today, up $1.72, over $62 a barrel. It's trending in the wrong direction. This will hurt inflation. This will hurt prices going forward. And I tell you a very, very odd thing going on right now. Gold and silver have been making, just ripping both in the same direction. Last night, they both backed off a little. Silver stayed lower, below unchanged. It's down for the day. Gold up $72 an ounce. So gold is like on its own path of destruction or higher prices. And gold now $51.50, $5,150 an ounce. We've been talking, like I said, begin 1 year ago today, $2,800. So it's up $2,300, almost 100% in 1 year. And crypto just cannot figure this one out either. Just dead in the water. Bitcoin up a little bit, up a touch. So we'll keep an eye on all these things. A lot of interesting news coming out. There's going to be a Fed decision on whether to move interest rates tomorrow on Wednesday, usually right around 2 o'clock. The vast majority of people think interest rates will stay the same. Trump wants them down. I think we can go lower. They should go lower. But oil creeping up doesn't help that case. When oil creeps up, it pushes inflation up. And what the Fed tends to do is inflation higher, they tend to raise interest rates. We want interest rates lower. I will tell you something. Trump was talking about the dollar just in Iowa, and he says the dollar's doing great. It's not. The dollar is getting smoked. The dollar's just falling off the end of the table. So the dollar keeps going down. It pushes prices up, pushes gold up, pushes things up like that. So that's kind of how things stand right now. Very interesting kind of bifurcated markets, so to speak. All right. Something we've been talking about. A new year means new financial goals, like making sure your savings are secure and diversified. Will this be the year, finally, that you listen to me and talk to someone from Birch Gold Group about gold? Honestly, they're great people. I appreciate their educational approach and their understanding of macroeconomics. We talk about it with Philip Patrick right here all the time on this network. There are forces pushing the dollar lower. I just told you about it. It's falling off the edge of the table. When that happens, gold goes higher, which is why I believe, and they believe, every American should own physical gold. So until January 30th, a few days from now, if you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold, they're offering a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, just text the word America to 989898 on your text. Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate of up to $10,000. You're just taking your money's already invested. You just move it into gold with Birch, and you can get the rebate of up to 10 grand. Make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000, but you got to buy by January 30th, a few days from now. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility today. And again, one more time, text that word America to 989898. All right, let's bring in Brian Glenn, who is, anytime you need to know what's going on with Trump, with the White House, you bring in Brian Glenn because he's on top of all that. Brian, really good to have you, my friend. Let's start before we get to Minneapolis and Minnesota in general, and in general our immigration policies, let's just talk about what Trump has got on the schedule today in Iowa. Tell us about it.
Well, it seems like he's back on messaging about the economy coming off the World Economic Forum. Now, last fall, they did tease that once we got into this new year, President Trump was going to start making these weekly, what I call economic mini rallies. And that's exactly what he's doing today in Clive. It's interesting timing on all of this. As we get into this Q1 of 2026, we start to see some of the economic reports come out. We've seen inflation adjust considerably to what it was under Joe Biden. And he's got the message that, with the tariffs, with the game plan that he has, ups like this, particularly in Iowa. If we put that, Iowa is a key state, obviously a key state in 28 with the presidential elections. So I think the timing of this and the location for this particular messaging is ideal right now as we go into what would be, I think, a great booming year economically speaking under the Trump administration.
Yeah, no question that whatever he's doing, or whether it's his to his credit or not, the markets are responding very, very well with what's going on. No doubt about it. And getting back to the economy is always a wise thing to do, certainly in an election cycle and an off presidential cycle where you have a lot of risk losing House and Senate votes. Typically, that's what happens in any president, any midterm, election cycle. But the overwhelming interest, the overwhelming eyeballs right now across all genres, doesn't matter if it's evening news, broadcast news, kitchen table, people want to know what the hell's going on in Minnesota. And I will tell you, Brian, that there's a good portion of the base, MAGA, the people who that Jacob Fry, Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar, and Keith Ellison, who've called terrorists, who called us Nazis, they've called us all the worst things you can possibly call us, including Trump too. But now it feels like removing Bovino. Do you think, and do you think that it takes the temperature down, but at what cost, Brian?
Holman will be able to communicate with the people there on the ground. He's worked under several presidents with the border, so he's very aware of a lot of people that currently work in ICE and on the border security. But I'm with you. The base wants to see accountability for what's been going on. And I know that if this would have been the Biden administration and we would have seen violence erupt around the country with conservatives, kind of maybe what we considered on January 6th, Eric, they went after us. They rounded everybody up that had anything to do with January 6th. And so the base right now is wanting some type of accountability. And if you look at the signal chat that they had not only I believe the lieutenant governor there of Minnesota even involved in that chat, they had members of the media as well in that chat to somehow, figure out where we're going to be and how do you combat these ICE agents. The base wants accountability, and I think the timing for something to happen is now. Now, will we see an insurrection act, Eric? Will we see President Trump enact that and bring law and order back to the streets of Minneapolis? Because right now it's chaotic. And Eric, look, we're just normal people. We're just normal guys. I'm getting violence fatigue. I'm getting chaos fatigue right now. I'm tired of seeing it every single day, and no one seems to be held accountable or at least dragged off to jail. Yes, they are arresting some of these protesters, as they should, but it's much higher than that. And I think we need to focus in on that.
Brian, I did a monologue yesterday at the end of the show about this isn't really, for me, this is not about what's going on in Minneapolis on the streets. It's about the reason this is happening. I believe the reason it's happening is because Mayor Jacob Fry and Tim Walz, the governor, are in the crosshairs, not literally like gunshot crosshairs, in the crosshairs of the Department of Justice, because $9 billion slipped through their fingers, right under their noses. And if there's any sort of coordinated, looking the other way, knowing what's going on because they wanted to keep that Somali vote, those two could be in jail. And I really, really think they could be.
Choice of men, but I could never love again. He's the only one for me, Jolene. I had to have this talk with you. My happiness depends on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene,
got it, but it's very low. This will be my backup. This is my backup plan. I hear low voices. I hear low voices. It's a little low. Yeah, I can hear you. It's okay. It's a little hard to hear you. Can you say that again? Hi, Eric. I can. It's a little low. I don't know if you guys can raise the volume on your end. I have my phone on max volume. Hey, Eric, Trump left the machine shed, according to last word. It's a popular chain here in the Midwest. I love their fried curds there, by the way. Don't tell my doctor, but we're here at the Horizon Center. We got about 1,000 people here waiting for Trump. He should be here within a couple of minutes, and he's embarking on pretty much an informal kickoff to travel around the country in support of key mid-term races here. Specifically here, Zach Nunn is a toss-up according to Charlie Cook, and he's in the 3rd district right here. And the 1st district, Congressman Marionette Miller Meeks, also vulnerable, southeastern Iowa, a little more to the left down there. Her issue is getting E15 to the market, getting funding for Congress for it, for energy-efficient fuel, benefiting the farmers and the corn growers here and the ethanol producers. And Zach Nunn running on affordability. He has a Campus Housing Affordability Act, a Rural Housing Act streamlining USDA programs to help people fix houses up, build new construction, help low-income people, farmers, and senior citizens here. But this is really important. You lose those 2 races, Eric, you might lose Congress because you can only afford to lose 4 at this point, right? Right. Yeah, he's going to continue to do that across the country here. You know, the best case scenario for Republicans, according to Cook, is that they'll pick up 11 seats. But every poll, the last 130 poll releases through Real Clear Politics have shown the Democrats between 4 and 6 seat advantage here. And I know, you know, the lawsuits pending, the Supreme Court case about the Voting Rights Act and other redistricting efforts may benefit the Republicans. But Trump has in its side now. This year, people will benefit from no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security savings kicking in here, $1,000 contributions for the Trump accounts here, inflation going away, wages are up, GDP's at over 5% from what I'm hearing right now, and there's a lot of variables here in Iowa. Kim Reynolds not running for governor again, and also the Senator Joni Ernst is not running again as well, and Ashley Hinson's running for that seat, and Congressman Randy Fincher is running for governor. It's the first time in 58 years that this has happened. A lot of dynamics going on here in Iowa. And you know, Trump built an incredible machine here in 2016, 2020, 2024. 9 years of data mining. The precinct captain, they came out in droves last time, and that's primarily who's in the room here. People who worked on the campaign, a lot of familiar faces, spent a lot of time on the grounds of Rav here. They're motivated. And we'll see in this off year with Trump not running on the ticket, what kind of influence he'll have on the midterms. Will it have an effect?
All you gotta do, honey, is kind of stand in one spot. Wiggle around just a little bit. That's what you got. Yeah. Now let's go one time.
Well, the latest polling I've seen is J.D. Vance is in the front runner as far as the polling goes. I haven't talked to locals here how they feel about that. I bet it parallels the national sampling as well. Marco Rubio popular, and others as well here. And this crowd, they're coming out of a bad time for the last 5 years, and I think they're optimistic that things are going to get better. And I guess the big question is, will it have enough effect by the time these midterms happen? The primary is only 6 months away. The Democrats are starting to drop off the primary ballots here, so the Democrats will have a unified message and not have contentious races. 2 people dropped out the other day here. A lot going on in Iowa here. And you remember, Trump won every county here in the Iowa caucus except for one, Johnson County, and I think Haley only won by 1 vote or a couple of votes in that race as well. And he won by 13 here in 2024, even though the Des Moines Register said I think he was going to lose by a couple of points. So he turned everything on its ear, and I think Trump will be a factor at least. Yeah. Thank you, Eric. not every airport allows that. Here at 5:30.
until you came to me. Well, now I know that I will go. Oh, loving you eternally. Won't you please be my own? Never leave me alone. 'Cause I die every time we're apart. I want you, I need you, I love you with all my heart.
I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space. And when you're out there without care, yeah, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly. And I hope that you are having the time of your life. But think twice. That's my only advice. Come on now, who do you think you are? Bless your soul. You really think you're in control? Well, I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy, just like me. My heroes had the heart to look the life I wanna live. And all I remember is thinking I wanna be like them. Ever since I was little, it looked like fun. And there's no coincidence I've come. And I can die when I'm done. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe we're crazy. Probably.
I may not always love you, but long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, well, life will still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me, so what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without
night are falling. It's twilight time. Out of the mist your voice is calling. 'Tis twilight time. When purple-colored curtains mark the end of day, I'll hear you, my dear, at twilight time. Deepening shadows gather splendor as day is done. Fingers of night will soon surrender the setting sun. I count the moments, darling, till you're here with me. Together at last at twilight time. Here in the afterglow of day, we keep our rendezvous beneath the blue. In the sweet and same old way, I fall in love again as I did then. Deep in the dark, your kiss will thrill me like days of old, lighting the spark of love that fills me with dreams untold. Each day I pray for evening just to be with you. Together at last at twilight time. In the afterglow of day, we keep our rendezvous beneath the blue. In the sweet and same way, I fall in love again as I did then. Deep in the dark, your kiss will thrill me like days of old, lighting the spark of love that fills me with dreams untold. Each day I pray for evening just to be with you. Together at last at twilight time. Together at last at twilight time.
Well, she got her daddy's car and she cruised through the hamburger stand now. Seems she forgot all about the library like she told her old man now. And with the radio blasting goes cruising just as fast as she can now. And she'll have fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes her to her away. Fun, fun till her daddy takes her to her away. Can't stand her 'cause she walks, jumps and drives like an ace now. You walk like an ace. She makes the Indy 500 look like a Roman chariot race. Like an ace now, you look like an ace. A lot of guys try to catch her, but she leads them on a wild goose chase. Like an ace now, you drive like an ace. She'll have fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes her to her away. Fun, fun till her daddy takes her to her away. Round, round, get around, I get around, yeah, get around, round, round, I get around, I get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around. I'm getting bugged driving up and down the same old strip. I gotta find a new place where the kids are hip. Getting real well known, yeah, but bad guys know us and they leave us alone. I get around, round, round, I get around, 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 I get around, get around, car, cause it's never been beat, and we've never missed yet with the girls we meet. The guys go steady, cause it wouldn't be right to leave your best girl home on a Saturday night. I get around, round, 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 I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, I get around. Get around, I get around, yeah, get around, round, round, I get around, 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 get around, round, round, I get
The night we met, I knew I needed you so. And if I had the chance, I'd never let you go. So won't you say you love me? I'll make you so proud of me. We'll make them turn their heads every place we go. So won't you please be my new baby? Say you'll be my darling, be my baby now. I'll make you happy, baby. Just wait and see. For every kiss you give me, I'll give you 3. Oh, since the day I saw you, I have been waiting for you. You know I will adore you till eternity. So won't you be my new baby? Say you'll be my darling, be my baby now. Be my new baby. Say you'll be my darling, be my baby now.
To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe. to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, to be better far than you are, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. Oh, this is my quest, to follow the star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or pause, to be willing to march into hell for heavenly cause. And I know if I'll only be true to this glorious quest, and my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest. And the world will be better for this, that one man, scorned and covered with scars, still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star. And the world will be better for this, oh, that one man, scorned and covered with scars, he still strove with his last ounce of courage, oh, to reach the unreachable star. Thank you very much.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, know the rich men. I wish politicians look out for miners, not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the old beast milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge round. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
so slowly, and time can do so much. All you still more. Speak your love to me.
All right, 1 hour late.
Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. Yeah. Lonely riverside, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me. Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch. Oh, Lord, only time. And time
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Ashley Hinson.
Hello, fellow Iowans. How are we doing today? It is such an honor to welcome back to the stage today President Donald J. Trump. Are you excited to hear from him? We are so excited to have him back here in Iowa. And I can tell you this, when I first got out to Washington, D.C. and started working for Iowans out there, I think we all can agree we saw firsthand how destructive the policies that the liberals were pushing were for our country and for our state. That liberal agenda was higher taxes, open borders, more of that woke nonsense in our schools. Are you frustrated with all the waste, fraud, and abuse that we keep finding, right? Well, we're seeing it's running rampant, not just in the federal government, but in states like Minnesota, California, Illinois. And we are not done peeling back the curtain on all of that, are we? We have more work to do. So we know the liberals in Congress and in the Senate tried to pass this junk every day, and President Joe Biden's auto pen was ready to sign it, wasn't it? Well, let me state the obvious. Thank God we've got President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. It's been an absolute honor to fight alongside of him, and our conservative majorities in Congress are delivering for you every single day. We are transforming that America First agenda into an America First future for our country. Are you with us? So it's been 1 year since President Trump took office, and boy, what a year it has been. We have continued to deliver historic tax relief for all of you. Do you want more of your own money back? Yeah, you do. No more taxes on tips, no tax on overtime, relief on Social Security, secure borders and safer communities. Do we like that? And finally, we know this president has the support of our America farmers. Iowa farmers sent President Trump to the White House, and he will have your back, won't he? We know that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started. The fight to restore our country and usher in a new era of opportunity has only just begun. We need to keep cutting taxes for workers. We need to eliminate the waste, fraud, and abuse we're seeing that does nothing but drive up costs for all the rest of us. We need to protect Social Security and Medicare. We need to lower health insurance premiums for everybody. We need to focus on prescription drug prices, get those down, and we need to make sure, again, we're standing up for Iowa's farmers and our agriculture community. So we have so much more to achieve to keep making America great again, and that is why I am running to be your next United States Senator, and I'm proud to have the endorsement of President Trump to get that done. Thank you. So with this president back in the Oval Office and strong conservative majorities behind him, we have a once-in-a-generation chance to finish the job we've started and rebuild a country that works for every single Iowan and every single American. It has been the honor of my life to serve Iowa, and I would be honored to earn your vote for the United States Senate. So thank you so much, and let's give it up for the president. He'll be out shortly. Thank you.
Best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Zach Nunn.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss.
Well, hello, Iowa. Friends, we are
once again on the front line of helping to defend this great nation. And it's here in Iowa where President Trump came just 6 months ago to tell us what we had the opportunity to do as a great nation. At our Iowa State Fair, he said, we have the opportunity to lead when it comes to energy independence from our foreign adversaries. We have the opportunity to have the most secure nation in the world by securing our border. And we have the ability to trust in the American people that each one of you knows better what to do with your dollars than anybody out in Washington, D.C. Iowa, it's a privilege to get to fight for you in Washington because we are taking what works in Iowa right to the nation's capital. And we've been able to deliver time and time again with an incredible delegation with folks right here at home who are giving us some of our best examples. Tragically, we lost two incredible Iowans who were defending our country on the front line. Brothers who serve with me in the National Guard. Members who put their well-being second to defending our nation abroad. To all of our military members, to all of our veterans in this audience, thank you for your fellow service and sacrifice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have that same responsibility today, whether it's in a barren desert in Syria or whether it's right here on the home front, to defend what still matters, to defend our constitutional rights, to defend our families, to stand with our communities. And here in Iowa, we've been able to deliver on that. My friends, I'm privileged to get to fight with you today, to hold the things that we've worked so hard to deliver, the largest tax cut in American history, the most secure border the U.S. has ever known, 10 million down to 0. And right here in Iowa, we're helping lead the charge to be energy independent so that Russia or Iran or Venezuela doesn't get to dictate what happens in Iowa. Our farmers, our biofuel leaders get to help drive down a cost. And I was just with the president right now, and he highlighted, he's like, you know, Zach, gas is under $2.50. And I said, drive to the Casey's, Mr. President. We can get it to you for $1.85. You'll still have money for pizza afterwards. So whether you are filling up a truck or a tractor, a minivan or a motorhome, here's the reality. Iowa Biofuels will help drive down that cost. It helps every family, it helps save our supply chain, and it is a national security imperative that Iowa gets to deliver. Thank you to our E15 leaders for making this a reality. Right here in Iowa, made in America. Now, Iowa, you have a great delegation, and I am privileged that I get to serve in the most fairly drawn district in America. No Illinois gerrymandering here. And that is great for democracy because it means we work with all sides. And I'm proud to be one of the most bipartisan members of Congress, but what I'm really proud to be is somebody who delivers for Iowans because Iowans have given us the ability to take what we do best here and help lead the nation as a best practice, but also as a beacon of hope, because what we've been able to establish truly can be something that every American can look to and say, I'd like to be a little more like Iowa. So as we kick it off here, it is only fitting that the president, in his first year in office, leads the charge of what is great about America by coming right here and sharing it with us. Guys, we're gonna keep fighting rural housing, adoption. We're working with Melania. She's got a great film coming out this week. Make sure you check it out. I'm proud to be working with her on our adopted foster process, but most importantly, I'm thrilled to be taking what works here to Washington with your help. We've got to fight. I'm asking for your help. The 3rd district alone is one of the most competitive districts in the country, and if we don't have this, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. We're going to lose our majority. And on day one, Hakeem Jeffries, or maybe Nancy Pelosi again, we don't know, is going to call for President Donald Trump's impeachment. And on day 2, he's going to take all the great things we've done here and raise our taxes. And on day 3, 4, 5, 365 days, this country will be locked not in something that works to go forward as we've done over this last year, but in a constant battle. You don't only look outside here at a few people who would rather see the president impeached for any reason than to actually work to move our country forward. So friends, I'm asking you here today, let's win, let's lead, and let's welcome President Trump to Iowa.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab. Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's deep eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night. And he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Out in the heat, hanging tough, staying hungry. They stack the odds till we take to the street for the kill with the skill to survive. Known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Rising up, straight to the top. Have the guts, got the glory. Went the distance, now I'm not gonna stop. Just a man and his will to survive. It's deep eye of the tiger.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Iowa with so many proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. It's an amazing state. What a place. We have some victories here. Were they the greatest? So exactly 2 years ago this month, it was the people of Iowa who put us on a rocket ship back to the White House. It was a rocket. That was a quick one. After a rigged election, we had a rigged election. I said, do we do it again? And I said, I think we better do it again. Not too many people would have said that. But we did so well the second time, I said, well, we won twice, we got to do it a third time. Should we do it a fourth time? Four victories. 4 victories. We got the right team over there. The right team over there. That would be easy for you. That wouldn't even be work. But you came out by the thousands on a cold and snowy winter evening. Remember that beautiful evening? And together we won the Iowa caucuses in a 30-point landslide. That was great. I'll never forget it. It was so freezing. You think it's cold now? That blew it away. Whatever happened to global warming? You know? Now it's, it's like one of those things. But it was the coldest night. I remember it was way below zero. And they say, sir, you don't have to come till 10 or 11 o'clock because the caucus takes longer. Then I got a call at, let's say the polls close at 7. Sir, you've won. I said, I won what? They told me 10 o'clock. They can't announce. They said, you won by so much. They just called it at 1 minute after 7. So, right? So we made the journey. And we made that journey through all the cars and everything else, and we made a speech, but what an evening that was. Then in November, we won the state by a massive landslide. That was incredible in the election. And we then went on to win all swing states, all 7 of them. They said 7 swing. Well, he could win 4 of them. He's doing very well, but we won 7. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades by millions and millions of votes. And we won a category that's very important. We won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. How about that? other than that, we didn't do too well. So now we're back where it all started to celebrate the greatest first year of any administration in American history. They say that. Even the radical left is saying only we did a lot of things. 12 months ago, Joe Biden handed us a mess. We inherited the legacy of record high inflation, the highest inflation in the history of our country. They say the fake news, ooh, that's a lot of fake news. No, the fake news said 48 years. I remember recently I said the highest inflation, the worst, I believe that, by the way, worst in the history of our country. They said it wasn't the worst. It was 48 years. I said, that's okay, too. Somehow that sounds even worse than when you say the history, right? 48 years. I accepted that, but I think it was in the history. A mass invasion of our border in our country was being laughed at all over the world. We were being laughed at. We were a joke. Yeah, we're not a joke anymore. We're not a joke. We're not being laughed at anymore. But today, just after 1 year of President Trump, our economy is booming, incomes are rising, investment is soaring, inflation has been defeated, our border is closed, totally closed. And America is respected all over the world like they've never been respected. 1 year, I thought it would take us 2 years. I guess I'm following in the great path of John Deere. We got the chairman of John Deere here. Chairman and CEO, that's pretty good. I even signed a John Deere hat for him. He said, I'm going to put this in the museum. I said, that's good. No, it's a great company, and you just said you're opening up 2 massive plants because of tariffs. You're opening up one in North Carolina, one someplace else, and you're expanding all over the place. You're doing a great job. I bought a lot of John Deere stuff. I bought a lot of John Deere. It's a great company. It's an honor to have you. Thank you very much. This has been the most dramatic 1 year turnaround of any country in history in terms of the speed. I really thought it would take us 2 or 3 years to do what we're doing. You know, we're the number 1 country anywhere in history in the world, anywhere in history for investment coming into the country. And it's amazing. And it's because of tariffs. And it's also because of the fact that we had such a tremendous November 5th. That November 5th brought spirit back to our country, came back. You know what? No, it's a great company, and you just said you're opening up 2 massive plants because of tariffs. You're opening up one in North Carolina, one someplace else, and you're expanding all over the place. You're doing a great job. I bought a lot of John Deere stuff. I bought a lot of John Deere. It's a great company. It's an honor to have you. Thank you very much. This has been the most dramatic 1 year turnaround of any country in history in terms of the speed. I really thought it would take us 2 or 3 years to do what we're doing. You know, we're the number 1 country anywhere in history in the world, anywhere in history for investment coming into the country. And it's amazing. And it's because of tariffs. And it's also because of the fact that we had such a tremendous November 5th. That November 5th brought spirit back to our country, came back. You know, one thing I think which is so important is, if you remember a year and a half ago, we couldn't get people to enlist in the military, any of them, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, any of them, the Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force, right? Yeah. We couldn't get them, and even police departments, they couldn't get anybody with a uniform that represented the country. You couldn't get them. And today, we have the single greatest recruitment numbers in the history of our military. The police forces are loaded. Law enforcement is loaded up. And everybody wants to be a policeman, a fireman. They want to be in the military, any branch. I mean, we literally, they couldn't get them. A year and a half ago, nobody wanted to be in the military. Now everybody wants to be in the military. It's an amazing thing that's happened, an amazing turnaround. And all because we have a president who does something very simple, puts America first, right? Right? Thank you. So under my leadership, economic growth is exploding to numbers unheard of. They've never had them before in recent times, and now And we're just getting started. You know, the great, big, beautiful bill, which is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. Do we have any seniors in here? Do we have any seniors in here? One of the fake news said, he did that because he doesn't want to pay tax on his Social Security. Don't you believe? That's what I never thought of. These are sick people. But despite the fact that we've just really started, it's just kicking in because we inherited such a horrible situation with all of the high prices and the inflation and everything else. And by the way, the open borders, we had millions and everything you see today wouldn't happen. They opened the borders, but we had a 5.4%. And since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time highs, adding $9 trillion in value to your savings, retirement accounts, and 401ks. So 401k people, I mean, of which you got a lot of people. Does anybody have a 401k in the audience? A lot of people. So you're setting records, right? The highest it's ever been. They say this, you know, the good stock market, they say, well, this stock market, you know, they just try so hard. This stock market doesn't affect the middle class. I say it does. What about a 401k? What about all the other things? What about the fact that they're making more salary than they've ever made? But the stock market's the highest. How is John Deere stock doing? Great? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone, I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich. Me, I just keep working. I made a lot of people rich. I made a lot of people rich that I don't even like. I got a lot of people that I don't like at all, and I've doubled their net worth. But after 4 years in which Biden got less than $1 trillion in new investment, think of it, he took in substantially less in 4 years than $1 trillion. We secured commitments for a record-breaking plus $18 trillion. So in 1 year, we did over $18 trillion, and he did less than $1 trillion. Just over 1 year ago, under Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left lunatics, we were a dead country. We were a dead country. I tell you, 1 year ago, a little more than 1 year ago, we were a dead country. The king of Saudi Arabia told me that. You've heard me say it. He said it better than anybody else. He said, you know, I can't believe it. A few months ago, he said, a year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said, I can't believe it. And today I'm pleased to announce one more historic investment. The great American company that we just talked about is doing so much. I have to give it really. I buy so much equipment from so many of the people in the, you know, we have a lot of very successful companies in here, but I know it's a very special deal because John Deere is doing $70 million in factory in North Carolina. It's brand new, the best in the world. And I think it's going to pay off very, very big. And if it doesn't, I have nothing to do with it. But if it does, I'm going to take full credit. But what it is an excavator factory, as I understand it, and it's going to be the only excavator factory. In other words, excavators. We all know I love those excavators. Believe it or not, I know a lot about them. We don't make them here. This is going to be the only excavator entirely made in the United States of America. So that's good. That's good. I love it. I love it. It's great. And they'll all come. I hate to tell you, but they're all going to be coming too. You're going to have some competition, but you'll be ahead of them. If congressional Democrats had their way this year, would right now be facing the largest tax hike. So they wanted to give you, this is what I was running against, the largest tax hike in the history of our country. I wanted to give you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And if they won, this country would be cratering right now. It would be cratering. So I've cut a record number of job-killing regulations. The reason our job numbers are so good, and remember this, I've cut hundreds of thousands of federal jobs. Now, if I didn't do that, our numbers would be even more through the roof. Or I could get them. You know what they do? In order to have decent numbers, they hire 1 million people. You hire 1 million people, all of a sudden you're down to 3.5%. We don't do that. We get rid of that job where you have 10 jobs for you have 10 people for every job. And they are all now, and they hated me. They hated me. Now they love me. You know why? They all got jobs in the private sector making twice as much money as they made from the federal government, sometimes much more than that. So a year ago they hated me, and now they love me. But it includes dozens of burdensome regulations that were crushing our amazing farmers. We love our farmers. We won this thing. I think farmers, well, who the hell is voting for Kamala? You know, it was a crazy election because we were doing great against Biden. Our hope, nobody even knew who the hell Kamala was. All I knew is she was the border czar. We had millions of people pouring through, and she was the border czar. So I like that. But I will tell you, the amazing, we didn't know much about her. And, you know, when you're running a campaign, you're focused on the person you're running against. So we're running against Sleepy Joe Biden. I call him Crooked Joe, Sleepy Joe. They're both accurate. And we're running against him. All of us, and he's way down in the polls, down by a lot. And all of a sudden, they take him out and they put a new. This is like, I told Dana White the other night, it's like taking a fighter, putting him in, he's getting the hell beat out of him, you take him out, and you put a new fighter in. I said, that's not fair, but that's what to me. The stuff that happened to me can only happen to me. But I repealed the Biden's EPA ridiculous water restrictions to keep federal bureaucrats off your land and out of your business. That was a big one. That was a big one. I terminated the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. You know what that is? Saving family farmers more than $1 billion a year. And we're going to do a lot more. We're going to do something on tractors. You know, they never took we did it with cars. We took all that nonsense off the cars. You couldn't start your car. You'd have to go to MIT to get somebody to fix your car with all the crap they had on it in order to save a quarter of a glass of this much little tiny bit of gas. These people are crazy. And I'm going to do that, I think, for tractors, too, because we're going to get the tractors back where you don't have to be a PhD in order to start your tractor, in order to keep the environment clean. So much nonsense. I think it makes the environment dirty, actually. And very importantly, on day one, I kept my promise to the people of Iowa and abolished the insane electric vehicle mandate, which would have obligated you to go out and buy an electric car, but it would have obliterated a thing called ethanol. Do you like ethanol? Is it big? A lot of people are asking me about ethanol. I don't know. Do you want me to do something with ethanol? Maybe. After years of the United States getting ripped off by other countries on trade, I'm standing up for the workers and the farmers of our country like no other president has ever done. No other president has done this. I mean, no other president has done this. I could have had an ACC presidency. I'd probably have this little piece of ear back, you know? Could have it, and I wouldn't have to listen to lunatics like this up there. I wouldn't have to listen, and then Thank you. Boy, they're good here. Do we love our law enforcement? They work very quickly. But under Sleepy Joe, we had the largest trade deficit in world history. But in 1 year, I've slashed our gaping trade deficit by a staggering 77%. How about that? What about that? That's pretty good, right? 77. Nobody's ever seen that. You know, if you slash your trade deficit by 1%, you're like a genius. They say, oh, he's very electable. He's not so electable. I did 77. I did something else, favored nations on drugs. We now are paying the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. In other words, we're matching favored nations. It's called most favored nations. Every other president tried for it. They didn't try very hard. They didn't get anything. I got it done. I got all the nations to agree. You think that was easy? I said, if you don't agree, we're going to put tariffs on you. They said, we agree. We agree. So you'll have a pill that costs $10, as an example, costs $10 in London, costs $130 in Des Moines, and now it's going to cost $20. Think of it. You'll go from $130 down to $20. It's the biggest price reduction of prescription drugs in history. And would have a huge impact on your health care, too. I was very proud of it. And you know, the fake news, I can't get them to talk about it. Think of it. I got the biggest price reduction in history on drugs, pharmaceuticals. I can't get these guys to talk about it. It was page like 22 in the New York Times, a little story. I just got the biggest, I can't believe it. If a Democrat got a half a point down, this is like hundreds of, depending on the way you want to calculate it, you could say it's an 80% reduction, or you could say it's 1,000% reduction. You could say whatever you want, but it's the biggest reduction in history by many, many times. I did something because we were subsidizing the entire world. We were paying 10 times, in many cases, more money than the rest of the world. And I said it wasn't fair, and I got it done. And everyone said you can. They said, you'll never get other countries to agree. They said, yeah. I said, yes, I will. They said, you'll never get the other countries to agree. I got the drug companies. That was not easy, I want to tell you, but that was not so bad. But they even told me, we'll agree to it, but you'll never get the other countries. I said, 100% I will. Why wouldn't I get them? And I called Macron of France. I said, you got to double the price of your drugs. He said, no, I will not do that. What was the story with his glasses the other day? What the hell was that all about? But anyway, but I got them all. I don't want to go into a long story. Bottom line, I said, I'm going to increase tariffs by 25. I'm going to charge you 25% tariff if you don't do it. They said, we will do it. We would be, why don't you ask? We'd love to do it. So I got something done that no other president could have gotten done, and no other president, I don't even think they tried, you want to know the truth. You think Biden was thinking about it? He just was thinking about how the hell to get off the stage. Remember, the guy could never find it. You have so many ways. You can jump off the front if it really gets... You got stairs all over the place. The guy could never find his way off the stage. This was not a good sign. But I made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade. You do know they're paid agitators, right? They're paid. They get paid. You know, do you ever see their signs? You know, we used to have protests, and you'd have guys making a sign in a basement. These are all paid agitators. That's all they are. They get paid to go, and they don't even know what, when they interview them, why are you here? I don't know. They have no idea. They're paid insurrectionists, really, in some cases. They're sickos. But I've made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade, scoring giant wins for the farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers like no other president has ever done. That's why I got such a tremendous vote from the farmers, and I love you too. I do love you too. So Japan will now allow the United States to supply up to 100% of automotive ethanol, and import large amounts of aviation biofuels from the United States. That's great for you. That was part of the deal that we made. The United Kingdom will import nearly $1 billion of ethanol. That's part of their deal. Australia is allowing American beef into its market for the first time in more than 20 years. Did you know that? And beef is doing great, and we got to get the prices down a little bit, and they're starting to come down pretty much. China has agreed to purchase over $40 billion of U.S.-grown soybeans. You know that. You're selling them. They're selling them. And I went to President Xi, and he's upping it. I mean, it's $40 billion. The European Union will dramatically increase purchases of American pork, dairy, and soybean oil. They never did that before. They're all doing things that they never did before, because you have a certain president that's a little bit different from the presidents that you had before. And nations from Cambodia to Thailand to the Philippines and Indonesia are eliminating all trade barriers to agricultural products. Your agricultural products had trade barriers that didn't allow them to be sold in countries that are now saying, oh, please, we'd love to accept your product. So that's great. It's going to be, you're going to see it starting to kick in now for the farmers. And to further help our farmers recover from the really a catastrophe of the Biden years, what a period of years that we had. We had a country that was just dead. We had a country that was just not respected by anybody. We had a guy who didn't know where the hell he was. Do you think he worried about his farmer at night? No. He just wanted to go to sleep. This is what we had. This is what we had in our fake election. We recently issued $12 billion in farm relief. We gave them far because you were screwed by other countries. I said, how much is the number? To our great Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. She's doing a great job. I said, Brooke, what's the number? And she said, $12 billion. And I wrote a check for $12 billion because we have so much money from the tariffs coming in. So you couldn't have done that before. We're a rich country now. I hope we win that Supreme Court case. You know, we have people that are China-oriented. They have people from literally that very China-oriented and foreign country-oriented trying to stop that. But we'll get it done one way or the other. We're going to do it. If we have to do it a different way, we'll do it. But we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We're doing amazing. Nobody can even believe it. Foreign countries cannot believe what's happened. They're studying us, but it won't work. But I'm also working hard to expand your markets domestically. And in the campaign, I promise to support E15 all year round. Yes. Should I do it, Kaufman? Should I do it? I did. I promised E15 all year round if I get elected. And I want to let you know, and we'll start right now. I was going to put out a statement a week ago. I said, hold it. I'm coming to Iowa to make a speech. I'm not going to put out a truth. I want to be there in person to tell them, the people of Iowa, to know that I am trusting Speaker Mike Johnson, who's great, and Leader John Thune, who's great, that's House and Senate, to find a deal that works. We've got it. For farmers, consumers, and refiners, including small and mid-sized refiners. In other words, to get E15 approved, and they're working on it. They're very close to getting it done. So I just wanted to let you know that. Yeah? And China will be sending me a bill very shortly supporting year-round E15 to my desk very quickly, and I will sign it without delay, okay? I hope you remember us for the midterms. You know, the worst thing about the midterms is the fact that no matter what happens, the people that win the presidency, you win even if you're a good president. I think we had the best first year of any president ever, maybe they say. But even if you have it great, it's like in the last 50 years, they've won it twice. Can you believe it? If something happens, there's a screw turns with the voters. So even if it's a Democrat or Republican, whoever wins the presidency has a hard time with the midterm. If we lose the midterms, you'll lose so many of the things that we're talking about, so many of the assets that we're talking about, so many of the tax cuts that we're talking about. And it would lead to very bad things. We got to win the midterms. I mean, I'm here because I love Iowa, but I'm here because we're starting the campaign to win the midterms. We got to win the midterms. That means Senate, and it means House. Got to win them. It's crazy. You know, you think it would be like a 50-50 deal or something. It's like, for some reason, and this is Democrat too. Democrat wins the presidency. For some reason, they lose the midterms. Now, maybe they don't campaign as hard because they've campaigned. I don't know, but I campaign hard. We got to win the midterms. So remember that you got to get out and you got to vote. The midterms are very important. We're gonna really work hard on winning the midterms. We have great candidates. Again, Senate and House. We have great candidates. We got to win them. And we have candidates that rule with common sense, not this craziness. You know, we're not going to be supporting transgender for all, men and women's sports. Open borders. Open borders. The worst is open borders because, you know, I take care of things and, you know, inflation I had to beat very quickly and all, but this open border thing, you know, it's a lot of work. You're taking criminals in that they allowed into our country where the jails are opened up. Remember the jails, the prisons all over, from all over the world, they're opened up. The Congo, all over South America, Venezuela, they opened up their jails. We got to get them out. I mean, it's really, really, we can never forget what that group of morons did to this country. We can never forget. And we've got to win the midterms. That's why we've got to win the midterms. As we bring trillions of dollars pouring into our country from overseas, we're also making America affordable again, a problem caused totally by the crooked Joe Biden administration. I mean, you know, I inherited this problem. They say, prices are too high. I just took over. They said, I'll never forget, I come here, I'm in 3 days, I have a news conference 3 days into my administration. What about the price of eggs? They've gone up like 5 times more. I said, I just got here. I didn't know about it. I'm sorry. And we got eggs down very quickly, remember? But I was standing there. I'm so happy. I just won. I thought the press was going to be so nice. And some lunatic right there, actually. What about the price of eggs? Eggs have gone up. I said, oh, tell me, give me a little, because I don't know. I just got here. I'm sorry. But I fixed it. Now I fixed it pretty much all, but it's going to go down even further. No, but they caused the problem. And then they came up, you know, it's a word that they came up with, affordability. Every time you hear the word, remember, they're the ones that caused the problem. And first time you heard about it was like a few months ago. This election's all about affordability. Well, they're the ones that caused the problem. But nobody knows that. You know, people forget. So they say, oh, affordability, let's vote for the Democrats. It's no, affordability. They caused a tremendous price increases. It was caused by the worst inflation we've ever had. And they come up with this word, affordability. And I saw it even, although you're not hearing it so much anymore. You know why? Because the prices are coming down so much. They don't want it to be an election based on lower prices. But we're bringing down the lower, I like that term better. It's the lower prices. We're bringing them down. But we inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, and we've rapidly brought them down. And that's what we want to do. Did you ever see them where they're being interviewed? This will be an election on affordability. And I say that, but they never talk about it after. That's all they say. They just say affordability, but they never do anything, Mr. Chairman, right? They never say, they don't talk about what do they mean. So everyone says, you know, look, you people are doing a lot of things. You're not into politics that much, although you like it, you like Trump, but you're not into politics. But you're not going to go back and examine. All you know is, oh, therefore, I guess that means they did a good job. They almost destroyed our country. They were pricing you out. When gasoline's at $4.50 and now it's at $1, I was told, you know, I was saying $1.99 today in Iowa. I was told that it was $1.85 that hit a gallon in Iowa. And you know, that's like a massive tax cut. That's actually like a massive tax cut. So the Biden nightmare cost a typical American family $34,000 in 4 years, but after 1 year of Trump, real wages are already up more than $2,000. Think of it, that's a $5,000 swing, much faster. Wages have gone up much faster, think of this, than inflation. With him, it was just the opposite. Wages in the United States in the last year have gone up. And remember, the first part of the year, actually you could say almost the first year, I was fixing the country from the horror show that we inherited. Grocery prices, airfares, hotels, car payments, and rent prices have all come down, and they've come down very fast. And thanks to our tax cuts, millions of Americans will soon receive record-setting tax refunds, an average of more than $1,000. Think of that, $1,000 compared to last year, $1,000 just in what you're going to save with some of the tax cuts. And that number goes up exponentially over the course of 4 years. So it's amazing. It's called the Great Big Beautiful Bill. You know, one other thing that you get that's I thought was so great. I came up with it. You know, very rich people get deductions. Middle income people don't get deductions. They never had to. I said, why is it that when a rich person buys something, they get a deduction on interest, but when somebody that's working like hell, they don't get it if they want to buy a car? And I said, why can't somebody buying a car in America, only if it's made in America, if it's made in some other country, we have no interest. So I got it approved in the great big beautiful bill. You get a full tax deduction against your income tax. You get a full tax deduction. Think of it, if you purchase a car in America, if you borrow money, the interest that you're paying on that borrowed money is a full deduction for your tax purposes. And that's a tremendous deal. And you know what? It's also great for the car companies, because the car companies are going to be making a lot more cars that they couldn't believe it. And I got it passed. So just remember me as you take those deductions, please. The king of deductions. No, but it was always unfair the way a lot of people got treated. You take that deduction. One of those who will be seeing.
Okay, we are now we're gonna pass this on to John Solomon Rav. We'll stick with President Trump's speech in Iowa. Didn't really address the situation in Minnesota, but I'm sure he'll get to that. We are going to go over to War Room, Texas. We're absolutely packed, and we'll be up and running in a minute or two. We'll see you at War Room, Texas in a minute and 8 seconds. See you then.
How are you? Congratulations. What a good story. She's the general manager at Whiskey River Bar in Ankeny, Iowa, which, as you know, I visited strongly a couple of times in the campaign. And Erica's been able to hire many new employees, and they're each going to be taking home thousands and thousands of dollars extra because of the no tax on tips. And she's got a lot more people wanting to work for her, too, because of that no tax on tips. That's just one of many. How's that working out, Erica? Good? You want to come up and say a few words? Come on up, Erica. You want to come on up? And while she's coming up, also with us is Judy Waldron from Davenport. Judy works part-time as a bartender, and her husband, Chris, is an electrician who works hours on overtime each week. Their family is going to save thousands of dollars on no tax on overtime and no tax on tips, which they'll use to prepare for retirement. And I want to thank you, Judy. Where's Judy? Come here. Where's Judy? Come on up, Judy. Get up here. Come on up. They're totally unprepared for this, but what the hell, right? Say a few words. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. No tax on tips is huge for everyone in the service industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would just like to say the same thing. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Andy. Good luck. Thank you. I refuse to say they're beautiful. I refuse. But they're beautiful. Do all people look like that in Iowa? I don't think so. Thank you both. Congratulations, too. Great. That's great. We're not supposed to come up, but I looked at both of them and I said, get up here. We're also pleased to be joined by Governor Kim Reynolds. Kim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Great. A man who's become a real star, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott. He's become a star. He's done a real job. He knows his business. And he's a big cutter. He cuts a lot of things. Small Business Administrator, another real star, Kelly Loeffler. Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Thanks, Kelly. Great person. Those are great people. Also with us are Representatives Ashley Hinson. These are people running for office. We have to vote them. Randy Feenstra, Marionette Miller Meeks, and Zach Nunn. I want to thank you. Thank you. And I want to tell you that they're all great and they're all running and they should be in good shape, but you got to get out and vote. Got to get out and vote. Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird. Where's Brenna? Hi, Brenna. Boy, she was early to endorse me. She was so early. We appreciate it. We'll never forget that. That was great. Thanks a lot, Brenna. And you're doing well. I hear you're doing great, right? Thank you. She's running again. You got to vote for her. State House Majority Leader Bobby Kaufman. Bobby. Guys, you gotta move her there. Thank you, Bobby. Great job. Great family. Former State Senate President Leader. Now, I have to tell you about this guy. He endorsed me, the first person in the entire United States of America. It was a year before I even knew I was running, he endorsed me. He endorsed me because he thought I would be good. I wasn't even thinking about running. He was so early. He was the first person in the United States, before my wife, before my kids. State Senate President. He's the Marlboro man. He looks like the Brad Zahn. Where's Brad? Where are you, Brad? Come on up here. Get up here, Brad. And state representatives Heather Hora, Derek Wolf, Brooke Bowden, and many other wonderful members of the Iowa State House. I want to thank you all for being here. Brad, you got to say, look at this guy. Can you talk, Brad?
Well, it's an honor to be here. And you know, my wife is a Fox News junkie, and she loves Laura Ingraham. And I tell her, I said, enjoy every second because you are the GOAT. Promises made, promises kept. Thank you.
He's the Marlboro man, right? He could do that, do whatever he wants. He was so early. I said, who the hell is that guy in Iowa that keeps endorsing me? Thank you, Brad. We won't forget. The Trump administration has done more in 12 months than most administrations achieve in 4 years or 8 years. We've done a lot. I've recently introduced my plan to repair the damage of the Unaffordable Care Act, the worst disaster, which now costs many families more than a mortgage. If you look, a number came out, it's a bigger cost than a mortgage, and it's bad health care. Obamacare was created to make insurance companies rich with government subsidies. I want all that money that gets paid to the insurance companies to get paid directly to the people. That's all I want. So that you can buy better health care at a lower cost. The problem is the Democrats don't want to do that because they are owned by the insurance companies. So they say, oh, we don't want to do that. I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own health care. You'll buy much better health care. You have a lot of money left over. And I'm also making it a lot easier to buy a thing called a house, the American dream. Last week, I signed an executive order to ban Wall Street and large institutional investors from buying up all the single-family homes in America. Because we don't want America to become a nation of renters, and that's what they force happen. I mean, you have these companies, they own 5,000 houses, 20,000. One has hundreds of thousands of houses. We don't want that. We want people to be able to buy houses. At the same time, I want to keep the value of the house very high of those people who already own a house. We're not forgetting about them because they don't necessarily match those two things. You know, we get the prices down. Well, what does that do? Very important to me, more important to me, is, you know, people have become rich by owning their home. We're going to keep them nice and rich. Is that okay? You know, nobody, I'll bet you've never heard that before, right? But people own a home, and for the first time, their home, it's a certain, we're not going to bring that price down. I want to say, let them be rich. But we're strengthening Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that you've heard about, and in the last 12 months, those institutions have supported over 22,000 Iowa families in purchasing or refinancing, and saved over 3,000 Iowa families from losing their homes. We've come out and really helped a lot of people keep your home. And despite a bad Fed chairman, a guy that has no, we call him too late, he's too late. Jerome, too late, pal. He's too late. He wasn't too late before the Democrats on the election, then he was too early. But he wants to keep rates as high as possible. Despite that, we've driven rates down. You know, when you're really good, you can get them down despite everything, because ultimately it just sort of follows nature. Mortgage interest rates are now at the lowest level in 3 years, and new mortgage applications are up 30%. By the way, when we have a great Fed chairman, I think we're going to have one, I'll announce it pretty soon, you'll see rates come down a lot. And refinancings are up 100% compared to the end of the Biden term. Up 100%. We're also working tirelessly to bring back a thing called law and order. You know, there was a time. So there was a time that you weren't allowed to use the words law and order. I like that guy. You weren't allowed to use the term law and order. You weren't allowed to use the term Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody, right? Remember that 2016? I ran on, we're going to bring back Christmas. We did. Now they're afraid to suggest it, but we brought that back. But law and order, we need law and order. And we have the lowest crime rate now in the history of our country. That's good, but we'll do even better. And as everyone is aware, we've totally and completely closed the southern border with little fanfare, but tremendous success. Where the southern border is closed, nobody's coming in. That's right. Nobody is able to come into our country except for those that come in legally. We want to have people come in legally. We need people to come in legally, but they have to show that they can love our country, not hate our country. They have to show that they're not going to blow up our shopping centers, blow up our farms, kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution, provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, the worst. It's not even a country, okay? It barely has a government. I don't think it does. They go to one thing, pirates. But they don't do that anymore. You know why? Because they get the same treatment from us as the drug dealers get. Boom, boom, boom. I don't care what ship they're attacking. When they attack, when we say them going in, ping, that's the end of it. It's amazing. You know, I don't know if you know, drugs coming in by water is down 97%. And we're trying to find out who the other 3% is, because we consider them the bravest people in the world. Who the hell are the 3%? But it's down 97%, and now we're taking them down on the land. The land is much easier than the sea. You had to do the sea first, but the sea is done. We haven't exactly helped the luxury fishing business, I would say. Would you like to go fishing? No, thank you. I'd rather. Let's go deep sea fishing today. Let's go on a little boat deep sea fishing. Sorry about that. But it's down 97%. We've done a job. I'll tell you, we've made our country respected again. The greatest military. We have the greatest military in the world. You know, I rebuilt our military in our first term, and we have the greatest military in the world. So you read much about Minnesota, where, unbeknownst to the public, we have brought down crime very substantially in Minnesota. We've taken out thousands of hard criminals, hardened, vicious, horrible criminals. You don't read about things like Washington, D.C., where there is virtually no crime, and it was horrible a year and a half ago. Memphis, Tennessee, which was a real disaster, and now it's down. Crime has dropped by 78% in the last 2 months. New Orleans, Louisiana, I was asked by the governor of Louisiana to help them with New Orleans. It was a disaster, and crime is down 54% in about 3 weeks. You don't read about that. And we've done all of this by taking thousands of criminals out of these states. We took over 2,000 people out of Washington, D.C. These were criminals. You know, if you remember, about 2% of the population, it's a very simple business. 2% of the population causes 90% of the crime. So when you start decimating that 2%, boom, that's why we have to, it's an amazing number when you think. It's just crime over and over and over. 2% creates 90% of the crime. Isn't that amazing? It's not that complicated, is it? In 1 year, we've achieved the largest drop in the murder rate in the history of our country. Drug overdose deaths are down by 21%, the largest drop ever recorded. We got to do better than that. And I've designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Big deal. And despite the strong efforts of the fake news media, we are starting to see the historic success reflected in tremendous polls. We have great polls. In last week's Rasmussen poll, we're leading among Hispanic voters. We're leading by a lot. Nobody's ever seen a Republican lead among Hispanic voters. You know, Hispanic voters don't want crime. People don't realize that. Hispanic voters want strong borders because they know what's coming in and they don't want them. They're great. They've been great. We did so great in the election with Hispanic voters. We did so great with black men. We did so great with white everything. In yesterday's RMG poll, a clear majority of Americans support our deportation policies by a margin of 10%. Now, I don't know why 10%, because I don't think it's even, I mean, wouldn't you say like 100%? Who the hell would be against? Maybe somebody that hates our country. In a recent Harvard-Harris poll found that 80% of Americans support our unprecedented operation to deport criminal aliens. In other words, 80%, that's more like it, of the people support our operation to remove really dangerous, bad people out of our country. And in a Reuters poll that just came out, Republicans are leading on the economy by a lot and leading on immigration by a lot, and the crime, they're leading by a real lot, by almost 20 points. And in Real Clear Politics average net approval, the Republican Party is more than 10 points more popular than Democrats. And I don't even understand that. How can you, 10 points is considered a lot. But to me, how is it 10 points? Well, we've done all these things. They've done only destroying our country. They are destroying, they would destroy. I'm telling you, if Kamala won, or any of them, I think Gavin Newsom is worse because, he's destroyed California. If they win, that group, that ideology wins, you will be Venezuela on steroids. And I've said it for years. And you know what? They will destroy our country. The country would have been destroyed already. We're fully rebuilding the U.S. military with more than $1 trillion we're spending on the military. And in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer. You saw that. People have been waiting for 22 years to do that, and we were right at the end. They were about a month away from having a nuclear weapon. We had to do it. And by the way, there's another beautiful armada floating beautifully toward Iran right now. So we'll see. I hope they make a deal. I hope they make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time they'd have a country. And just weeks ago, at a spectacular operation in Venezuela, we brought the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to face American justice. In one of the most brilliant, lethal, quick, they've never seen violent operations ever seen, military operations ever seen. Nobody was killed, not on their side. A lot of people, unfortunately, I have to say a lot. We went into a very big, powerful military base with a group of unbelievable, talented, patriotic people that love our country. You couldn't hold them back. You know, the weather was off for 3 nights. It was not good, so I delayed it. The next night it was okay, but not great. I said, General, sir, they're ready to go, sir, they're okay. I said, but the weather's a little bad. They said, sir, they're ready to go. I said, God bless you, generals. And boy, did they do a job. Joe Biden and his allies, in conclusion, in Congress did everything they could to destroy our country, but they failed. And today, after just 1 year since my second inauguration, you know, we have a new hat. It's called America is Back. America is back. Our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Incomes are up. Prices are down. Our economy is roaring. Our workers are thriving. And our country is winning again, winning like never before. We've never had a period of time like this. You've never had a period of time. I just left a great group of people from Iowa, and half of them were crying as they talked to me. I don't think they were crying because I'm doing a bad job. You know, in theory, you cry if you do a bad. They were crying because I've done a good job. Sir, they said, sir, you've brought our country back. Crying, crying. One woman was fantastic. She grabbed me and she put her head right there, and her tears are pouring all over my beautiful suit. I figured I'd get it. And I checked it out, and there was a lot of makeup all over. I said, what the hell am I going to do? I got to get myself in trouble. No, but she was crying, and I said, don't cry. Be happy. Be happy. With the help of the incredible people of Iowa, we're repairing 4 long years of disaster and decline, and we're beginning what will be known as the greatest years in the history of our country. I believe that, too. We are entering a period that will be called the Golden Age of America. That's what's happening. So together with all of you, and you were with me from the beginning, all 3 times we won by a lot. I don't know if you remember, but before I got involved, this was really a Democrat state. You know that. I don't want to bring it up. And then I came along, and it wasn't a Democrat very long, and our great chairman did such a good job. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, you could do anything. I've offered him, come to Washington, take any position. But he likes it. He just doesn't want to leave. I think he just wants to stay in Iowa. I don't blame you. But you are fantastic. But we've won all 3 times by a lot. But this used, until we came along, this used to be a Democrat state, and then we turned it. Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? He won both times, didn't he win both? He won twice, you know. Barack Hussein Obama, wonderful president, really brought people together, didn't he? But Barack Obama won twice, you know, and so everyone said, well, Iowa, you know, they had this down as not winnable, and we won in a landslide. 3 times we won in a landslide. So. Together with all of you, the citizens from all across this incredible, beautiful land, we will make America powerful again. Oh, we've done it. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. That's happening. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And most importantly, we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man.
Welcome back, everybody. You have been watching President Trump's rally there in Iowa. We are going to return to our somewhat regular programming here in a few minutes, but I want to bring in Real America's Voice correspondent, one of my dear friends, one of my most respected colleagues, David Zier, who is there on the ground. David, this kind of feels like 2024 all over again. We've got 280 days until the midterms, and President Trump, I have a feeling, is not going to waste a single one of them.
No, this place is roaring. Trump is back here saying that he turned this state from a blue state to a red state. Used to go for Obama. He won in 2016, 2020, 2024. And he had a great crowd here of people, including Scott Besson, part-time workers who are going to benefit from the no tax on tips. He brought up another girl benefit not just from that, but no tax on overtime as well, saving both of their families thousands of dollars each. Also, the chairman of John Deere was here talking about how because of tariffs that this guy's going to open up new massive factories, one in North Carolina, one in elsewhere. And Trump talked about how he slashed the trade deficit by 77% already and how he lowered the murder rate nationwide in 2025, record drops. But he was really here to support the candidates in these congressional districts. We're here in the third. Zach Nunn, a toss-up race. Marionette Miller Meeks in the first district, a toss-up race. If they lose those two races here, they can only afford to lose two more races around the country in net losses, or the Republicans will lose Congress. Very important that Trump's on the ground. He's also here because Kim Reynolds is not running again, and Randy Feidra, congressman, is going to run for governor here. And Ashley Hinson, current congresswoman, is going to run in the open Senate seat. It's the first time there's an open Senate seat with Tony Ertz leaving, and an open governor's seat in about 60 years here. So all in all, this is critical territory. Trump will embark on these trips maybe once a week across the country, touting his claims. Inflation going away, wages are up, GDP at 5%, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, expanded child care credits, Trump accounts, and all of these things. Maybe the economy would improve in time for these midterm elections, which in the last 100-plus poll releases say it's not going to go in the Republicans' favor. A critical day here for Donald Trump, back on the campaign trail. I think he enjoys this. The crowd was wild.
David, it boggles my mind how much information you keep in your head. Your viral video from a few weeks ago where that liberal lady was trying to insult your intelligence, all I could think was, this lady has no idea how smart you are. If she dares to go toe-to-toe with you in the knowledge department, she is going to tuck her tail between her legs and just crawl away. But it amazes me. Your reports are just incredible. David, I want to ask you something, though, because I am very fearful that Republicans in Congress are not scared enough about what can and what will happen in November if they don't get engaged. President Trump obviously understands what's at stake. He's going to be campaigning like it's 2024. This feels like vintage Trump. But I don't get the feeling that most Republicans on Capitol Hill are scared enough to do the work.
Right. Republicans have passed more favorable maps in Texas, North Carolina, Missouri. North Carolina, they're going to pick up Don Davis's in the first congressional district. They're going to control 11 of the 14 seats. But the Democrats are also redrawing maps. California, Virginia, they might pick up 2 or 3 seats. And court order in Utah will flip a seat blue also there. We've got contested races in Michigan. Now, on the ground here, Trump has 9 years of data mining from the 3 caucuses that he ran. He dominates here. The caucus captains have come out in force, including again today, because he swept this state with every county except for one. He only lost by a couple of votes to Nikki Haley, maybe 1 vote. But he also won the election by 13 points. He doesn't have that gravitas maybe in some of these states that were battleground states. He didn't win by as large a margins here. But again, maybe things will to improve fast enough. Kids still can't buy a house at 5.5%. It's got to come down. The feds are stifling Trump's economic plan. Scott Bessent said it's the only thing missing, and things are going to take off like a rocket ship. But things are definitely going to improve. I mean, these GDP numbers, I think they're over 5% here. We're going to watch all this closely. I'll be bringing you the latest on the midterms and what's going on with Trump.
David, I can't wait for all of your reports on the midterms. And that's a great point about some of those states picking up seats. That gives me a little bit of hope. But I still need to see more Republicans out there trailblazing across their state. David Zier, thank you so much for being there. Stay warm, my friend, and hope to see you soon. And we are going to take a very quick break, and then we're going to be back on the other side with our regular programming here at Just the News.
This was the last thing my Charlie ever wrote. The message of Jesus changes everything, changes your life, your choices, your eternity. And Charlie wanted to leave behind something that would point people to Christ, not to fame or power, just truth.
If everything completely goes away, how do you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
And my husband called his final book, Stop in the Name of God, because resting in God's grace is what our world has forgotten to do. So just stop and listen, believe and rest, because this is Charlie's final and greatest message to all of us.
I'm actually finishing a book. So I actually don't work one day out of the week. So I take a Sabbath every Saturday. Turn my phone off, no work, just kids, just family. It's an amazing blessing. Every Saturday, totally off. It's amazing how much work you can get done in 6 days, though. I believe that honoring the Sabbath is the commandment that allows you to honor the other 9 commandments. When you're honoring the Sabbath, it's easier to have no other gods before God, because that day is built in time as a temple, as a sanctuary to put God first, to not have idols. If you are feeling overrun by society, you might be feeling depressed or anxious, turn your phone off for one day. No social media, no work. Your mental health will improve dramatically. You can hang out with friends, you can go for a walk, but don't work for one day. That is a day for worship. That is a day for the Lord. That is a day to go be with God. That is a day to read your Bible and be out of the busyness and the hurriedness and the noise of this world. I could be traveling for 5 or 6 days, but if I at least get one good Sabbath with my family, it charges all back up.
Call, scan, or go online to support TPUSA and receive your copy of Charlie's final book.
Welcome back, everybody. We've seen what's happening in Minnesota come out of the left's playbook before. They find an issue. In this case, it's ICE's immigration enforcement. They figure out an angle to blow up narratives about it, like saying what ICE is doing is unconstitutional or that they are preying on American citizens too. And then they astroturf protests around it. And it's been pretty effective in the past. It's why they've decided to keep doing it. But how can they get all these protesters out on the streets so reliably, so fast? Our next guest may have an answer to that. He is the chairman of the National Legal and Policy Center, Peter Flaherty. Peter, great to have you back. Thanks for being here.
Hi, Amanda.
So I think that for anyone with 2 eyes and a brain can see that this is very organized. It just seems to come together so well and so quickly. There have to be groups behind it. Tell us who you think is behind it.
Well, you see these news reports that the anti-ICE effort in Minneapolis is loosely organized. I don't believe that for a moment. I believe there's a very high degree of coordination. It includes extremist groups like Antifa. But what's really being missed by the media is the support of this movement by people who enjoy a tax-exempt status, like the Open Society Foundations funded by George Soros. The day after this woman, Nicole Good, was shot and killed, they seized the moment. They organized a training session on the internet. 35,000 people tuned in from around the country. The 2 main anti-Trump protest groups funded by Soros are Indivisible and Move On. And Indivisible hosted this call. So even though Soros is going to say, well, I don't support violence and I'm not funding Antifa, it's all one movement. And what's really ominous is the participation in these protests of members of the Democratic Party, elected officials, with the over-the-top rhetoric. You have Tim Walz calling ICE Gestapo. You have this Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry saying that ICE is literally killing people. Well, under Obama, ICE deported more people from the United States than the Trump administration has done so far. So it's really just an organizing tool for the left to basically gain control of the streets.
Yeah. It is terrifying. Talk to me about these training sessions. I'm curious. I've never tuned in for one. I've never sat in on one. How granular does it get? And by that, I mean, is it everything from intimidation tactics all the way down to legal tactics? Like if you get arrested or if you encounter an officer of the law, you're supposed to say this and do this to evade. How granular do they get with their instruction?
Well, they have a general call to action, and they want to involve the liberal suburbanite lady who may have taken part in the No Kings protest in this protest as well. But it goes well beyond holding a sign or calling in your local radio station or something like that. These training sessions instruct people on how to impede ICE when they're attempting to arrest somebody, and a whole host of other tactics. During the LA situation last year, you had this whole Los Angeles Rapid Response Network where nonprofit groups who enjoyed tax-exempt status organized sort of this, first alert system. When ICE was spotted in a neighborhood, the word went out and bullhorns appeared and social media came alive. And basically, illegals were warned that there was an impending raid. I would assert that impeding ICE in its lawful duties is not a tax-exempt activity. Yet Soros and another billionaire named Neville Singham pour millions and millions of dollars into these groups that are involved in just that.
That's terrifying. So what happens if this continues to percolate across this country, if the protests are continued to allow, if they're allowed in cities like Los Angeles, Portland, all of these cities that are the usual suspects? I mean, it seems to me that this is going nowhere good unless it gets shut down hard and fast by the DOJ.
Well, I agree with that. When I made reference to the left wanting to control the streets, it really is in reference to a struggle that's kind of behind the scenes. What is going on now is an effort by the hard left, the socialist, communist left, to seize control of the Democratic Party. And they're being quite successful. There's no energy for moderates right now in the Democratic Party. What you see instead are elected officials ringing the bell for the hard left and engaging in absolutely unbelievable rhetoric and implicitly endorsing violence and blowing things out of proportion when they happen or misrepresenting the facts, as in the case of this death of this woman in Minneapolis. So what the left wants to get out of this is not just opposing ICE or stopping our immigration policies. They want to end up with control of the Democratic Party. And they did it successfully in New York City, and now they want to do it elsewhere.
Okay, so for Democrats like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Jamie Raskin, not the Democrats like AOC, but for those blue dog, longtime Democrats that maybe have moved further left in recent years, but they're not as far left as like the AOCs of the world. Is this a Stockholm syndrome situation where they are being dragged in this direction willingly, or are they just willful idiots and they don't realize what's happening? Or, maybe they're supporting it.
Well, Stockholm syndrome may be a good way of putting it. Even in places where I live, like in Virginia, Senator Mark Warner was elected as a moderate, quote unquote, Democrat. He served a couple terms. Yet, his office puts out these shrill press releases that are indistinguishable from, what Tim Walz is screaming into the microphone. It's really remarkable. I don't think there's a group of moderate Democrats who are seething with indignation that the left has seized their party. Maybe there is, I don't know, but you wouldn't know it from their actions, that's for sure.
No. If President Trump invokes the Insurrection Act, does that send a strong message that could possibly lead to this fizzling out, or do you think it just inflames it even more?
Well, you raise a good point, because I think that's what the left wants. The left wants to heighten the confrontation. They're hoping that federal law enforcement will overreact, or Trump will overreact, handing them more opportunities. And so in a way, there's sort of a symbiosis there. So I do think that calling up the Insurrection Act may be appropriate, but I think we should proceed very cautiously and make clear that the men and women who work for ICE do not make immigration policy. They simply implement it. They're working people with families. They're just trying to make ends meet. I'm not suggesting they're ashamed of what they do in any way. I'm sure most of them are quite proud of what they do. But that's what's at stake here. And if this left-wing rhetoric continues, somebody's going to get killed. You had Antifa-like activists attacking an ICE facility in Texas. Over New Year's, you had a group in LA arrested who were planning to bomb ICE facilities. But even just on the street where ICE agents are operating, it's becoming very, very dangerous. And if these Democrats and their allies keep it up, somebody is going to get killed.
Yeah, somebody else, because it's already been happening. It's terrifying to see. But Peter, we appreciate your wisdom being here. Peter Flaherty, chairman of the National Legal and Policy Center. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Amanda.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, we've got to take a very quick break, but we'll be back on the other side.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion
and make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out, because when people say it, lives are changed.
It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters.
But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
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 Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children.
That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me.
And me.
And me. Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football.
And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now?
It's so easy.
All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
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 Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. The advancement of technology, of course, it's a great thing. It makes our lives easier. It enables us to do more and faster. But it also comes with some drawbacks that we are still trying to figure out. For example, how does all this new technology affect our kids, especially the rise and proliferation of social media? We've seen many studies that show social media negatively impacts kids of all ages, hurting their sense of self-worth, and many more devastating effects. But is there anything that we can do about it? Joining us now to discuss that is policy analyst for the Center for Technology and the Human Person at the Heritage Foundation, Annie Chestnut-Tudor. Annie, great to have you with us. Important topic. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me on.
All right, I want to hit on the social media with kids thing because I understand that it has a lot of devastating, probably more pronounced effects with kids because of their sense of self-worth that's being developed in those formative, preteen and teenage years. But it affects everybody. There have been all these studies that show that the more time you spend on social media, the more you have a propensity for anxiety and depression and things like that. So why are we all still on it?
Good question. Unfortunately, it's because it's addictive. The platform is designed to keep you on it for as long as possible. I mean, we've seen how it has evolved from when Facebook and MySpace were first created in the early 2000s. It was really just a platform for your friend to connect with your friends, upload digital photo albums, like Homecoming 2010 and that sort of thing. But now with the recommendation-based algorithms and endless feeds, there's constantly new content, and the algorithm feeds content based on what you've seen, how long you were viewing one piece of content, whatever it thinks that statistically is going to be more likely to keep you there. And then there's also the dopamine effects that people receive when they get a like, get a notification, a message, and people keep coming back to it. So unfortunately, it's really hard, certainly for adults you have to be very disciplined and really believe that it's not good for you, and other better ways for you to spend your time for you to try to curb that. But it's way harder for children their brains are still developing. So the impact of screen times is really detrimental for them. And the average amount of time that kids spend online, over 50% of kids spend at least 4 hours online. And the U.S. Surgeon General has found that kids who spend at least 3 hours, so less than the average, are more likely to have poor mental health outcomes. So it really is a public crisis nationwide.
It's amazing. All right, so there are some prescriptions and proscriptions. There is many states moving to keep school cell phones out of the schoolroom except for emergency circumstances. Then you've got this bill that would make it illegal for anyone to go on social media before they're 13 that's in Congress. Tell us what some of the big ideas are to maybe get the early guardrails on this.
Yes, so the bill you mentioned, the Kids Off Social Media Act, it would codify, so put in statute that kids under 13 cannot be on social media. So majority, all the social media companies that I'm aware of, they have as their terms of services that you have to be 13 or older, but it's really not enforced because, it just requires the user when they create an account to self-select what their date of birth is. And so the Kids Off Social Media Act would say, like, by law, they have to be, cannot be 13 or under 13, and holds companies liable for that. It also adds to the Children Internet Protection Act, which currently requires that schools, in order to receive federal funding for telecommunications services, usually they get like a discount to help with those costs. Currently, they have to have some sort of filters and blocking for online pornography, and it would add to that program that they also have to filter and block social media from school-issued devices and school Wi-Fi. Lastly, it puts some limits on the algorithms for teens under 16. And so that's a bill being led by Senator Cruz and Senator Schatz. It's received some recent attention in the Commerce Committee that Senator Cruz is the chairman of, and he held a hearing last week on this very issue, the problem of screen time use by kids, and particularly social media, but just screens in general, and they even got into AI.
Yeah.
How long do you think it will take for us? Because, social media, it's not new, but it's still pretty new. How long do you think it will take for us to realize just how devastating the full effects of it are?
So I feel like in the last couple of years, there's been a really strong realization and sort of a coming to Jesus moment, if you will, society nationwide. People understand like this is a problem. I think really the question is, is Congress going to do something about it? Like, how many hearings do they have to have? How many New York Times best-selling books do there have to be on this very topic? How many states have to pass bills to get Congress to do it? Because we've had the Kids Online Safety Act that has passed the Senate, but it's not passed the House. The Kids Off Social Media bill that I mentioned, it's gone through committee, but it's not been passed by either chamber. So I think we really need to be asking the policymakers, when are you going to move forward and really prioritize this issue on the Senate and House floor? Not just these fact-finding hearings, but actually passing and sending these bills to the president to be signed into law.
Yeah, before we let you go real quickly, parents are listening. Now, there are these state solutions, but at a home level, what are some of the best advices quickly for parents who want to take care of this before even the state has to get involved?
Yeah, delaying providing your kids with a cell phone. And when they get to an age where you need to be able to contact them, you want to be able to reach them for sports practices, or maybe practice ends early. I used to go find the payphone in my school to call my parents, and those often aren't available anymore. You can do a smartwatch, or what they call like dumb phones. So it looks like a smartphone. It doesn't necessarily have to be a flip phone. It can look like an iPhone, for example, but doesn't have internet, doesn't have apps, maybe is limited in the contacts. The parent can decide the number of contacts that their child has. And so there's still ways that they can get in touch, but this would limit kids' screen time, their access to social media or other websites that a parent doesn't have oversight, because it's no longer just kids in the computer room or in the computer in the kitchen. It's when they have a phone, a computer at their fingertips. It's much harder for parents to oversee. So, and I think parents have to, collectively do this, because I think the hardest part for a lot of parents is their kids reporting they feel left out. They are the only one at school. And so I think collectively parents and friend groups need to agree to some solution so that it's like their child isn't the only child.
Well, we love your solutions. We appreciate your input in all this. Annie Chestnut Tudor, policy analyst at the Heritage Foundation. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, one more break to get to, and then we're going to be back on the other side.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means it's ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dried premium meats, fruits, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Never kibbled.
You got it, kid, and they're gonna love it.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can hack your information without you even knowing. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash protected. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from stealing your info. It's ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. With the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to fit your additional cards in cash. Call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-4172. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-4172 now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Welcome back, everybody. First, I want to hit on something that I was reminded of as we were discussing the inches of snow when we were placing wagers on that. I know that a lot of people, they look at the briefing room at the White House and they see so many what can be antagonistic reporters asking questions of Caroline Leavitt, or a few days ago, as we saw, antagonistic questions towards President Trump. And sometimes it certainly can be that way, but I will pull back the curtain for you a little bit, because sometimes it's very fun as we are all in there waiting for the briefings. You know, they usually happen at 1 p.m. And as we are all standing there waiting, they don't often start on time. And so we will have wagers in the briefing room and we'll say, you know, what's the over under on 7 minutes? What's the over under on 15 minutes? And I've won a few times. Now, no one has ever paid up, but I've gotten it right a few times. But anyway, that's what that was reminding me of.
When I was a young reporter, we used to have a thing at the AP desk, the deserving to die list. Like people who would go ice fishing when it was 60 degrees out, you know, and we got to like 40 or 50 over the years. And they all had these like, I can't believe that person did that. It was terrible, but morbid humor, but it does help pass the time.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay. So I just saw something online that is going to please a lot of folks that I know, especially Southerners. Are you familiar with Bluebell ice cream?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, Bluebell is coming out with a high protein ice cream. It's called Bluebell Pro. And they're coming out in pints. They're going to be in 5 different flavors: chocolate, coffee, salted caramel, strawberry, and vanilla. Now, John, you know,
we're going to have an RFK flavor.
Oh, man. Like Ben and Jerry's naming their ice creams after other people.
RFK.
But not Kami in this case.
Mr. Protein himself.
Oh, man, they're missing a chance. But this is great for me, and it opens up a whole new world of opportunities for me in the morning, because as our Native Path friends have told us, it's always good to start out your day with protein. Yeah. So now I can start off the day with ice cream.
Oh, I love it. I'd be right alongside you.
Just draw some ice cream in with coffee.
I think we should have some MAGA moose.
Oh, I like that.
MAGA moose tracks.
MAGA moose tracks. I like that.
My doctor's not going to like that. But anyways, I think it's a good idea.
I think it's a great idea. All right.
You got some video you want to show us?
I do indeed.
Right.
So, John, I always find it humorous that The View is hosted by people named Sunny, Joy, and Whoopi, because they are some of the least whoopee people I have ever met or I've ever known in my life. Sunny Hostin is one of them, and this is what she had to say on The View.
We don't really know what's happening, but what we do know is he started this strange board of peace at Davos, testing the global order. And I think it's something that not enough people are talking about. He said he wants this new board of peace, to work with the United Nations, and that once the board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do. You know, he is apparently, it's a global scope, but only one person in charge. Trump will serve as the indefinite chairman of the board, possibly holding the post beyond his second term as president, according to the charter.
John, after all these years of people like Sunny Hostin covering Donald Trump, they still have not managed to grasp the nuance of the things that he says, including when he makes grand sweeping suggestions like we can do whatever we want.
You know what? That show has got nowhere to go once Donald Trump retires. That's all they got. They don't bring anything humorous, interesting, funny, meaningful. So they're gonna go to their grave as Donald Trump deranged sycophants, and they've ruined a franchise in a show. I mean, that could be a really interesting show.
It could have been. All right. Speaking of sycophants, here's Al Gore at Davos.
The climate sycophant.
Check this out.
Yeah.
China, which you focused on in some of your comments, it's interesting that last year China exported to the rest of the world more green technology by dollar value by 50% more exports of clean technology than all of the exports of fossil fuels from the United States to the rest of the world. They have wisely chosen to invest in an appreciating asset. They have. While in the United States, we've chosen to hang on to a depreciating asset.
And what his hair has gotten so much grayer than the last time I saw him. I wonder if that's oxidation from climate change. I'm sure it is. But someone who seems to care so much about the climate, and yet he's praising China, the worst offender, one of the worst offenders on the planet for producing all sorts of climate pollutants.
They burn coal every day, and they embed in that climate change technology, spy technology.
A new coal plant online every day.
Talk about depreciating politicians. I'm sorry.
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll be back here tomorrow.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down. And the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country. Not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, a movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
The voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. We are getting some breaking news tonight. President Trump saying late this afternoon that he plans on de-escalating tensions inside Minneapolis, Minnesota. Truth is, that's a good thing. The last thing I want to see, though, is ICE agents and Border Patrol backing off their mission of deporting illegal aliens that are here in the United States. Border Czar Tom Homan has made it onto the ground in Minneapolis. He says moments ago that he met with Governor Walz and Mayor Fry of Minneapolis. Tom Homan tweeted out that they both agree that they need to support law enforcement, but I'm not sure I really buy that from these two nefarious Democrats that are really encouraging all of the rioting. We're also getting word that Border Patrol agents on the ground are now being told not to arrest any illegal aliens unless they have another criminal background, not just crossing into the America illegally, but have another violent criminal background. You would leave them be. We'll talk about that with Nick Sorter to get details of if that's true or if that's temporary in just a bit. But I can tell you who's not de-escalating things. The Looney Goon rioters that have taken over the city and impeding ICE agents every step of the way. This was them outside a hotel in Maple Grove, Minnesota.
Yeah, I don't want my law enforcement career to be done because of this.
So there were dozens of arrests, apparently, according to sources on the ground. Now, that is a hotel where Greg Bovino, the commander of Border Patrol, was staying and is ultimately leaving. This is what they were up against outside that hotel.
Put down your weapons! You have weapons! We have no weapons! We are lawfully assembling here!
There is no doubt in my mind that these are deranged people. They are mentally ill. Trump derangement syndrome doesn't even do it justice at this point. These people need to be put into a mental institution. They have no ability to reason. They have no ability to critically think. They cannot see reality in front of their faces. They don't understand that if you want the law changed, go make your argument with Congress. Don't make your argument with those tasked with enforcing the laws made by lawmakers. And with that, I tell you, sick is an understatement for this woman. This woman is a nurse at Virginia Commonwealth University, we are being told. She's been put on leave after this. Take a listen.
I thought of something good. I think it's something weird spot. Sabotage tactic, or at least scare tactic. All the medical providers, grab some syringes with needles on the end. Have them full of saline or succinylcholine, you know, whatever. That will probably be a deterrent. Be safe.
I don't know how to pronounce it, succinylcholine, something like that. That second agent that she was talking about paralyzes the muscles, incapacitates you for 6 minutes or so. That's what she wants to do to ICE agents. To me, actually, though, it gets worse. She does not stop there.
Get the poison ivy oak water, and I'm going to put it into a water gun. Aim for faces, hands.
Now, I don't know how much poison ivy is living in Minneapolis, Minnesota right now in the dead of winter, but she wants people to gather up poison oak and poison ivy, mix it with water, and then put that solution in a water gun and spray it on the faces of ICE agents. Now, it's not going to kill you, but my Lord, it'll make you awful uncomfortable. Much of this stuff, to me, encouraging this behavior should be illegal. I believe that it is. I have to believe she's being investigated after putting this out. As I mentioned, she has been put on leave. She also says that all her single lady friends, you wonder why she's single if this woman is, take to the dating apps.
Get on Tinder, get on Hinge, find these guys. They're around. They're an ICE agent, bring some X-Lax and put it in their drinks. Get them sick. Nobody's gonna die. Just enough to incapacitate them, get them off the street for the next day. Highly, easily deniable.
That woman is a nurse. She is tasked with caring for people. What kind of attitude is that from a nurse to engage in that behavior? Dangerous behavior. For people just literally out there trying to enforce the law, doing their jobs, risking their lives for us. But again, the loony goons to the left cannot see it. They can't reason. They don't see reality. Now, all of these chaos creators, we know they're highly organized. I saw the CEO of a company called Crowds on Demand. He's tasked with supplying crowds at events. He says he's not working with these people. Maybe he's getting out in front of it in case he ever did, but he says, not so much in Minneapolis. Listen to him.
A lot of the people protesting on the streets are actually violent, right? So they are unhinged, unstable people who pose a risk to peaceful protesters. So that is why I would not touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Well, good for you. But it proves there is a business out there where you hire these people to come out and protest. I think it goes beyond that now. We have blind liberal zombies out there that are fully willing to do great harm to these ICE agents. They're also fully willing to do great harm to anybody that's ever experienced or witnessed them and conducting investigations into them. Of course, I'm talking about a gentleman named Nick Sorter who's been dragged. He's been beaten by these people. He's been robbed by these people as he tries to uncover what they're doing. He's an independent journalist, and he joins us tonight. Nick Sorter, welcome to the program.
Appreciate you having me, Grant.
All right, so you've been breaking news left and right about everything going on in Minneapolis. I saw you on with my buddy Steven Crowder this morning about possibly ICE agents, Border Patrol, not going to arrest so-called non-criminal illegal aliens, which is somewhat of an oxymoron, but those not accused of serious crimes other than coming in illegally. Can you tell me more about this? Have you gotten more information on it?
Yeah, so not a lot of new information on that, Grant, but what I can say is that we don't know whether or not this is a temporary measure. Like, is there some sort of negotiation going on in the background? And that's why I'm not sounding the alarm on this quite yet, right? I'm giving some time for Homan. He just got on the ground today, and I'm giving him time to sort of take the reins here because he is the one that is leading the mission out there anymore, because as we know, Bovino is no longer in Minnesota. Homan is essentially the top dog out there now. They have he's pretty much running both the Border Patrol and ICE operations in Minnesota. So, you know, how temporary this measure is yet to be seen. I'm going to try to give it like 24, maybe 36 hours more to pan out a little bit, but we're going to need some answers on that. We can't just do worst of the worst. I'm sorry, we can't, because you're essentially, if you just go for worst of the worst, you're essentially granting amnesty to 19 million other people that are in this country illegally. If you are illegal, you need to go back. That's what 80 million people voted for.
Yep. Well, I'm getting the same story that you got. My buddy Ben Berkwam, who's also very close to Border Patrol and ICE operations, also said he's heard rumblings of this. So we'll give that time. The bottom line is, though, their jobs are being made very difficult. As we saw with you, you get dragged down the street by a car. They're stealing your cameras. God, I'm just glad you're not injured in a serious way. How ugly are these people out on the streets, Nick?
I mean, it got to the point where I couldn't go out there even in a disguise. Like, you call the police and they're not going to respond. What you're seeing last night, this show of force was not done by Minneapolis police. This was done by Maple Grove police, which is a suburb of Minneapolis full of affluent people who don't want to put up with hotels being, raided and visitors being terrorized in the middle of the night. This was not Jacob Fry, whatever the hell his name is, the mayor of Minneapolis, folding. This was a suburb that wasn't going to follow the same BS that Minneapolis has been, whatever lead that they've taken in this cringe war of retreating every time it gets a little dicey.
Nick, let me play a clip from a friend of yours, a fellow independent journalist, Jonathan Cho. He was outside of that hotel you were mentioning that you saw on the screen there. Let me play this clip of him interviewing one of these. I call them Looney Goons. Instead of Looney Tunes, they're Looney Goons to me. Roll it.
Lexi, why is it worth staying out here, even in the cold like this, and risking arrest?
We can't let them be comfortable. We can't. We're setting an example for the rest of the United States.
Nick, I want everyone to take note of these stupid whistles and the banging. These are deranged individuals. I really think they're mentally ill, Nick. And I don't say that to be funny. I mean it. I think they're mentally ill.
I think they have to be. I don't think there's any other reason that you can. And you notice every single time, man, it's always a liberal white woman. They keep saying, oh, well, Nick Sorter must be racist because of his rhetoric. That must be it. Like, no, honestly, if it were up to me, I would deport all the white liberal women first. Okay, this has nothing to do with race. There's something. I'm mildly convinced there's something in the water out there, Grant, that is turning these white liberal women into zombies almost. And the whistles, the hearing damage that you can get from that whistle being blown in your ear. it should be illegal. Like, they should be being held accountable for that. But the problem is, as we have found out today, even the chief judge in the federal district of Minnesota, which encompasses the entire district or entire state of Minnesota, is donating openly to pro-illegal immigration groups. So, I mean, we're just crap out of luck at this point in the entire district of Minnesota. And that's why these people know that the likelihood of them being charged and convicted of any sort of crime out there is really low.
Well, we saw virtually the charges, all of them got thrown out of the church rioters who went in and disrupted the church. I think these people feel like they can operate with absolute impunity as they're out there. Let me run one more clip from James O'Keefe. He does a lot of the same type of work that you do. Roll that, cut 9.
Every vehicle downtown, they're able to track, run the plates, confirm who they are, get their ID, like they did in my case. They ran my license plate. We're trying to figure out how they're able to do that, where they have someone on the inside of a rental car company, et cetera, and communicate with each other about it. And when I got out of my vehicle, this is like 11:30 in the morning, just after the shooting and before the autonomous zone. Within seconds, there were 5 of them standing outside of a relatively inconspicuous vehicle, interrogating me, asking to see my identifications.
We've talked about this Signal chat. We see that, to me, it looks highly organized. Nick, you've been at Antifa riots, at Black Lives Matter riots, now these loony goon riots in Minnesota. How highly organized does it compare? Is it the same groups? What are you seeing?
I mean, yeah, it's one of the most highly organized crime rings that I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, and it's very effective. That's the worst part about it. It's working for them. The right has nothing like this, mostly because we have actual jobs. These people spend all day, every day doing this. Nobody is going to convince me that it's just that they're doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. They're absolutely not doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. These people don't give a crap at the end of the day about saving Honduran illegals, right? About the people themselves. This has to do with political power, and that's why the Democrat Party is so deeply embedded in this conspiracy to impede ICE operations, because at the end of the day, they don't want their voters deported. And that's it. And people didn't know until recently that in Minnesota, one person can vouch for 8 other voters in the state. And all of a sudden, those people have the right to vote. I mean, you deport all these people, and Minnesota all of a sudden becomes a Republican state.
Yeah. Yeah, that is, I do believe, what they're most afraid of. And then you add in the blind liberal zombies who will follow anybody over a cliff. And it's just a recipe for disaster, and we're seeing that in Minnesota. Nick Sorter, keep up the great work. You're amazing what you're doing out there, and stay safe, and we appreciate you coming on today.
Appreciate you having me, Grant.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure, as always. I want to turn now to the shooting of Alex Preddy. This is the nurse who now has been shot. There is new video that is emerging that proves that the man you see on your screen there was not just some innocent bystander, but instead an active participant. Take a look at this. This is video of Preddy. That's him with the camera moving out into the street, directing traffic, all the while videotaping ICE agents. You will see him here right in the middle of the street, videotaping his agents and blocking traffic. So again, not an innocent bystander. This next video is taken from a vehicle. You can see him there in the brown, and he's being pushed back by ICE agents. And if you look really closely here, he's leaning into the ICE agents, not obeying with them. And the last video I will show you, there's a great clip of him just literally leaning into the ICE agents. I'll show you a slow-mo video. Because the way to stay alive with any officer, any ICE agent, anybody, is to comply. Let's roll this video, and we'll talk about it as you're rolling it. This is slow-mo video. Can we put that up? Here we go. This is slow-mo video. And you can hear those stupid whistles going off in the background. I actually think they inhibit the ICE agents' ability to communicate with each other, which could lead to the shooting here. But you can see Preddy is not complying. Go prone, go limp, give up, and you live. And there's where the fatal shot happens. Now, he was part of a signal chat. This signal chat we talked about yesterday, there's nothing illegal about having a chat group. What is illegal if you were plotting and planning, in my opinion, to impede ICE operations, which certainly is what this looked like. Apparently now Kash Patel will be investigating.
Do you believe that Alex Sonny's death was justified?
Well, you know, we're doing a big investigation. I want to see the investigation. I'm going to be watching over it. I want a very honorable and honest investigation. I have to see it myself.
Video.
Yes.
Does he know I'm going to step down?
No.
Of course she's not going to step down. And so he wants an honest investigation, which is why I said Kash Patel and the FBI are going to look into this. Not just the shooting, but the signal chat and the behavior that they were encouraging and engaging in. Roll Kash Patel.
Obviously, you can't conspire in order to attack federal agents. This is something that is at scale. They have license plate readers. They're able to identify these agents. They're able to dox them, find out where they're sleeping at night. Is any of this legal, Kash?
That's exactly what we're investigating. Look, again, the First Amendment, you want to go peacefully, protest, do it. You want to bring your firearm under the law, you're allowed to bring it as long as you don't incite violence and or commit another crime in doing so.
It's common sense. And again, they do not have it on the left. And I think it's because they have an inability to see it. I told you, I do believe that they are mentally ill. As my buddy Mark Levin says, liberalism is a mental disorder. That is on display in Minneapolis. I want to bring in now former Trump attorney and civil rights litigator, Jesse Badal is back with us. It's been a while. Jesse, great to have you back on.
Great to see you too, Grant.
All right, Jesse, the signal chat. Kash Patel's going to go in and investigate. What would be the boundaries of where things turn illegal in a giant signal group chat?
The point where things become illegal, when it stops becoming plans to engage in free speech and demonstrations, and instead becomes plans to obstruct justice. And as soon as you start getting in the way of federal officials doing their job, that is no longer protected speech. That is a very serious felony that could, result in either between 5 and in some cases even 20 years in prison.
Look, I'm the first one to believe that you have a right to stand out there on the sidewalk. You can videotape till the cows come home. But the moment you get in the way of ICE agents, you get in the faces of ICE agents, you impede them, that has to be illegal too, is it not, Jesse?
It is absolutely illegal. It's the difference between making your voice heard and actually getting in the way of somebody doing their job. And in this case, yet when you have federal law enforcement doing their jobs, and that can involve everything from blocking roadways so that they federal law enforcement can't execute an arrest. It could involve, like you said, using a whistle to interfere with their ability to communicate with each other and getting in the way of their own safety. All these things that we are seeing, certainly physically impeding them from making an arrest is an extremely serious instance of obstruction of justice. And that's just one example. I think there's a number of other federal statutes that are on the books that should be investigated and prosecuted. I think the problem that we're going to see here is, will the federal bench in Minnesota actually enforce the law? Or have they become, are they part of this left-wing agenda to impede federal law enforcement, that they're actually going to give a free pass to these protesters? We know that federal judges would never give a free pass to conservative protesters and demonstrators, but they tend to, in many cases, unfortunately, especially in these, left-wing cities like Minneapolis, believe that left-wing demonstrators are above the law and should never be prosecuted, even when they're very, very clearly obstructing justice.
I mentioned earlier, they let the church rioters go, the ones that stormed that church. The judge did not want to allow the charges to move forward when literally you had the pastor saying, please leave. I mean, and they have a duty to leave there after they're being asked to leave, and they didn't. Lastly, we talk about these whistles. Yeah. Nick Sorter had just said, it's ear-piercing. I don't think the TV even does it justice. Not a lot of people are talking about this, but the fog of war, when you're in a struggle with a suspect, you've got agents around, a man's armed, everything's going down in a split second, you've got these whistles going. There is a strong possibility, Jesse, that agents didn't hear communications from another agent, didn't hear something happening, that those whistles are responsible for this man getting shot, at least maybe partly, Jesse.
I think that's exactly right. And I think that this is an example where these whistles could have been more than life-threatening. They could have very seriously been one of the reasons why there was a shooting in this case, because of that confusion that it causes. And I think the sad thing is the people on the left, those left-wing protesters, they don't mind that. They're very happy to have a martyr for the cause at this point. And so even if people's lives are ending because of their tactics, they've been so militarized that they don't even care anymore. And that's a very scary place to be right now. I'm optimistic that we've got some excellent people at the Department of Justice, including, of course, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and others that are going to investigate these crimes. They will use grand juries if they need to, and that we're going to see some accountability in the long run here.
Well, let's hope so. That any reasonable person, to use a legal term out there, wants accountability for this. It's the unreasonable people that really have made such an impact in America. Sadly, it looks like that's about 48% of the country. But Jesse Banal, it's great having you on the program. Thank you as always. It's good to see you, my friend.
Always great to see you too.
Thanks. All right, folks. Up next, they are calling it the invisible coup, how American elites and foreign powers are using immigration as a weapon. We talk about that next.
Joining us is Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company with advice for dealing with seasonal colds and flu. Doctor?
Cold and flu season is here, and every year you or a loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting in a crowded urgent care is brutal. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and it's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions. It includes antibiotics like generic Z-Pak to get well faster, amoxicillin for pneumonia, strep throat, ear infections, plus prescriptions for nausea and UTIs, and even ivermectin. It's easy. Just match your symptoms to the prescription in your guidebook or call the telemedicine doctor standing by. Take your medication early and feel better faster. Having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care in your home. No waiting to see a doctor, no lines at the pharmacy.
Smart advice. We've shared the website and discount code below to save viewers $45. Order now and your kit will be rushed to your door. Thank you, doctor.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi. I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
President Trump ended the nightmare for almost all January 6 defendants when he delivered on his promise to pardon those who suffered through our two-tiered system of justice. But there are still 12 January 6 defendants whose fights are far from over. These J6ers still face overwhelming legal battles. Scan the QR code now or visit j6support.com to help stand in the gap push for pardons for these patriots. Many have lost their jobs, homes, and life savings due to prolonged incarceration, and even though they've had their sentences commuted, they still cannot vote, possess firearms, receive any military pensions and retirement benefits, obtain health care coverage for themselves and their families, or secure employment. Stand in the Gap is renewing our Justice Restoration Fund to advocate for full pardons for these patriots. Please visit j6support.com or scan the QR code to support our fight for justice for these January 6 defendants. Your gift today helps us partner with reputable attorneys and legal advisors to ensure they have a fair chance at winning their cases and having their rights restored. Please donate today to let these J6ers know that they are not forgotten. Scan the QR code or visit j6support.com to make a tax-deductible donation to our Justice Restoration Fund.
Welcome back, everyone. Our friend Peter Schweitzer has another blockbuster book out. It's called The Invisible Coup. And I'll tell you what, it's making news all over the place. These revelations, one of them being that Chinese fighter pilots are being trained on a U.S. base here in the United States. Watch this.
Castle Air Force Base, California. American heroes once trained here to defeat the Nazis and Soviets. But today, this very airfield holds a shocking secret hiding in plain sight. Hundreds of Chinese pilots are being trained right here every year with almost no oversight. How did this happen? Who's responsible? And why are we training pilots who may one day face our own?
Well, that's a good question. It had such an effect. The spokesperson for the Department of War was asked about this.
We are absolutely tracking all of the sort of activity that is being done by the Chinese Communist Party across the United States and across the world. It is a threat that the United States now, thanks to President Trump, really understands. Remember, we had Beijing Biden in the previous administration. Sure. Now we have got President Trump, who is clear-eyed to that threat, and we are going to make sure that we are taking care of our homeland, that it's secure from those sorts of threats.
All right, sadly, she was asked the question about the pilot. She didn't really answer the question. So why don't we bring in the author of The Invisible Coup and president of the Government Accountability Institute, Peter Schweitzer, is with us. Peter, welcome back.
Hey, great to be back with you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So again, another great book. Can you explain what's going on with the United States training Chinese pilots?
Yeah, so China has a pilot problem. They need about 5,000 pilots a year, half military, half civilian. They can only train 1,250 in China itself. So what they've done is they've partnered with flight schools in the United States. One at the airbase that you just talked about. That airbase was mothballed. A South Korean company with Chinese support came in and set up a flight school. There's one in Arizona. There are some in Florida. And you have the Chinese government paying literally thousands of the tuition for thousands of Chinese pilots to come here and train. Once they return back to China, the best pilots will go on for advanced flight training in China. So this is a massive subsidy to the CCP. We all remember what happened with flight schools with 9/11. Those terrorists trained at flight schools. We passed a law that said if you come from a terrorist sponsoring area or region, you cannot flight train in the United States. That does not apply to China. So we're literally prepping and preparing pilots that our pilots might be facing in a future combat situation.
That makes absolutely no sense that we would allow this to be happening on U.S. soil while China is buying up property next to farmland, military bases, and all of these things. So has the U.S. government, has the Trump administration responded to this? Has Congress responded to this? Can we do anything to stop this activity?
Well, I think we will stop it. It's getting the information out there. I've met with senior Trump officials. I've met with people on Capitol Hill. They were all shocked about this information. So I expect we're going to see some action in this area pretty soon, as I think we're going to see action in some of the other revelations in the book that surprised these top officials, that were kind of surprised that they didn't know about these things before.
Well, it seems like, as most of your books expose, that we're not as protected as we might think we are here in America. This next story really shocked me. Now, I know about birthright tourism, right, where people come in from other countries, have babies here, and then, their kid is an American citizen. President Trump pushing back on that with executive orders. I'm going to play this clip from the preview of your book, but then there's a twist that you found out. Roll that first.
Through birth tourism, over 1 million Chinese nationals born on U.S. soil could soon be voting in American elections from inside China. Meet the Manchurian generation, U.S. citizens on paper who've never lived in America. Educated in CCP-controlled schools, indoctrinated against us, yet eligible to vote in our elections.
All right, but Peter, going through your book, it's worse than just them coming over here on vacation and having kids. You say there are American surrogate mothers and organizations that match up these mothers with Chinese men here in the United States?
Yeah, no, this sort of struck me as something out of science fiction, but it's actually fact. It's surrogacy. And what China does is you have high-ranking CCP officials who hire women in the United States. The men pay them $50,000 to carry their child. They'll be impregnated with the CCP official's sperm. The woman will carry the child to birth. Then when their child is ready to travel, the child will go back to China with the father to be raised by, we don't really know. Some of the birth mothers complain the father doesn't even come up and pick up the child. It's picked up by a third party. We don't know the scale of this. We know the birthright citizenship, as you show in the clip. The Chinese government believes there are more than 1 million U.S. citizens that are being raised in China right now because of birthright citizenship. When it comes to the surrogacy issue, it's the same thing. These children are going to be U.S. citizens, even though they're raised in China, because they were born here and because the birth mother is an American citizen. The problem here is we have no idea of the numbers, but let me just give you a couple of data points real quick. One, about 3 weeks ago, the Wall Street Journal had a story on a Chinese billionaire close to the CCP who's been doing this. He has more than 100 children who are U.S. citizens, that he's done this with surrogates in the United States. Another data point, we looked at surrogacy companies just in Southern California, and we found 107 Chinese-owned surrogacy companies that match Chinese elite with potential birth mothers in the United States. So it's a massive problem. The Supreme Court has to address this. Birthright citizenship is not just about people that maybe have been here a couple of years and have a child. The Chinese have an industrial model that is designed to infiltrate our country and expose our weaknesses. We have to deal with this urgently.
I would imagine there's a possibility they could be paying these American mothers big money in order to have these kids. Now, they're born from an American mom. I don't know how you rein that in. I mean, I don't know how you make it illegal to say, hey, I can't be paid to have a child. I mean, it's borderline prostitution, but now you're talking about children. This is a wild story, Peter.
Yeah, it is. Look, part of the issue is ground zero for this birth tourism where the women come and have the kids in the United States or the surrogacy. Ground zero is California. It is completely and totally unregulated. I guess one of the few things in California that's completely unregulated. So there's no health requirements. There's no limits. There's no concern about what the fate of the child is going to be. So there actually are things that could be done at the state level. The question is, does Gavin Newsom actually want to try to fix this problem? Not just from the national security standpoint, but from the humanitarian standpoint. I mean, in the book, I quote birth mothers who say, like, I'm really worried about what's going to happen to this child because the father never comes and picks him up. Some stranger comes and says, I'm here for the child, takes the child, and the birth mother never sees them again. So this can be addressed. The question is whether California officials are prepared to do so.
Well, unfortunately, Peter, I can answer that question for you. The answer is going to be no, and Gavin Newsom doesn't care about those kids or anything else, and he's cozying up to the CCP. So that's a whole nother set of stories. I know. I was going to say another book, but you've kind of already written that one. So, buddy, thank you. The Invisible Coup, you can get it everywhere books are. I think you went to #1 now on the bestsellers list. Isn't that right, Peter?
That's right. #1 on all of Amazon for all books sold for the last 9 days. So I appreciate everybody buying a copy. And please give me feedback at theinvisiblecoup.com.
All right, you heard the man. Peter Schweitzer, thank you. Always good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, folks, it is time for Texas to step up against Sharia law. There's a push there to ban the practice once and for all. We will get into that next.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble. And even the best kibbles still get kibbled. Which means they're ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. Then they have to add synthetic nutrients back in just to meet label requirements.
Are they all like this?
Sadly, they are. These poor pups have low energy, bad digestion, itchiness, and allergies, all from eating ultra-processed junk food for every single meal. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dried premium meats, fruits, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Real meats, real fruits, real veggies, nothing else. Never kibbled.
You got it, kid. So don't kibble your dog. Dr. Marty will make your best friend healthier, and they're gonna love it, guaranteed.
This was the last thing my Charlie ever wrote. The message of Jesus changes everything, changes your life, your choices, your eternity. And Charlie wanted to leave behind something that would point people to Christ, not to fame or power, just truth.
If everything completely goes away, how do you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
And my husband called his final book, Stop in the Name of God, because resting in God's grace is what our world has forgotten to do. So just stop and listen, believe and rest, because this is Charlie's final and greatest message to all of us.
I'm actually finishing a book. So I actually don't work one day out of the week. So I take a Sabbath every Saturday. Turn my phone off, no work, just kids, just family. It's an amazing blessing. Every Saturday, totally off. It's amazing how much work you can get done in 6 days though.
I believe that honoring the Sabbath is the commandment that allows you to honor the other 9 commandments. When you're honoring the Sabbath, it's easier to have no other gods before God because that day is built in time as a temple, as a sanctuary to put God first, to not have idols.
If you are feeling overrun by society, you might be feeling depressed or anxious, turn your phone off for one day. No social media, no work. Your mental health will improve dramatically. You can hang out with friends, you can go for a walk, but don't work for one day. That is a day for worship. That is a day for the Lord. That is a day to go be with God. That is a day to read your Bible and be out of the busyness and the hurriedness and the noise of this world. I could be traveling for 5 or 6 days, but if I at least get one good Sabbath with my family, it charges all back up.
Call, scan, or go online to support TPUSA and receive your copy of Charlie's final book.
Welcome back, everyone. There is a push, and I'm grateful for it, in the state of Texas to outlaw the practice of Sharia law, but we've got to get elected leaders on board with this. Not all of them are. This is an ad that sparked quite a bit of controversy. Nothing controversial about it. It's from Aaron Reitz. He's running for Attorney General. He's got the support of Ken Paxton, the outgoing Attorney General. Roll it.
Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. I'm Aaron Reitz, and that's just one lesson I learned as a Marine in Afghanistan. But politicians have imported millions of Muslims into our country. The result? More terrorism, more crime, and they even want their own illegal cities in Texas to impose Sharia law. Not on my watch.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. That is not rhetoric. That is fact. Yet the Texas Tribune writes an article today that literally reads, anti-Islam rhetoric takes center stage in Texas Republican Party. This idea of Sharia law and these Islamic cities is very real. I want you to listen to this imam who apparently is headed to Texas.
So know this, that Islam will enter every house. Every house. Don't worry about the Islamophobes. They can yap all they want. Their children will be Muslim.
Amy Meek, a reporter, says that imam is on his way to Texas to move here. But this is going on in many, many states. But if they take Texas, they take the country, and I don't say that lightly. I want to bring in now president of the Institute for the American Future and host of Securing America, found right here on RAV. Frank Gaffney is with us. He's worked with Ronald Reagan, and his administration has been such a big defender of freedom and pushing back against all of this. Frank, welcome to the program.
Brand, it's a delight to be with you. Thank you for having me.
All right, so you have a plan to put the pressure on elected leaders, and do I get it right? You call it your bayonet plan. Explain this to me, please.
Well, our friend Steve Bannon, who you brilliantly hosted at a January 9th event in Dallas, that showcased this issue marvelously, has an expression that he uses on his show a lot, as you know, that elected officials particularly tend to behave better when they feel the pointy end of the bayonet at their backs, figuratively, of course. But the point is that there's an effort now desperately needed, and we had a brainstorming session about it today, and you were kind enough to drop by for it, and I so appreciate that as well, about the degree to which, as Amy Meck and others have been pointing out on the ground in Texas, things are moving. And yes, it's imams, but it's also incipient no-go zones. It's also creeping, stealthy jihad, if you will, to insinuate Sharia in 1,000 different accommodations. We had the cities of Austin and Houston just lashing up with a group that the governor of Texas, as you know, Greg Abbott, recently designated as a terrorist organization, namely the Council on American Islamic Relations. They actually had a flag-raising ceremony at City Hall in Houston in which an Islamic motif flag was raised. This is the sort of thing that is alarming people, and it gave rise to a proposition that is on the Republican ballot to be voted on the 3rd of March. There's actually early voting starting as early as the 17th of February. And the proposition is very simple, Grant. It simply says 5 words. Texas should prohibit Sharia law. And that's what we want to see. And our plan, our campaign, it's not just me, it's a great group of people who've come together to help pursue this, starts with helping Governor Abbott implement his designation of the Muslim Brotherhood and the Council on American Islamic Relations as terrorist groups. Secondly, to get this proposition overwhelmingly supported by the people who will be voting in that primary. Third, to take the fruits of that effort and make this into a Sharia banning, that is, into a voting issue across the country, not just in Texas this fall. And if we're successful with that, to turn that into a mandate for the kind of prohibition of what I describe as a toxic, demonic, and anti-constitutional ideology. It's got a patina of religiosity to it, to be sure, but it's about power, it's about control, and it's about destroying our constitutional republic. That must not be allowed to happen.
Frank, just as California is a breeding ground for the most horrible policies that Democrats can offer up, and it spreads across the country, what I would like to see is Texas a breeding ground for tremendous great policies that could spread across the country. Let's use that model, and let's start it here, because if we can do this here, I tell you, for other red states, it will be used as a model. This Sharia law is very real. I know there are cities in Texas, little communities, where the Muslims will go in front of a court that is not recognized by the state of Texas, and there will be people that will judge and divide up property. And that literally is happening here in Texas. Nobody wants to talk about it. The media doesn't want to report on it. But you can't have 2 sets of laws in a state. To me, this is a pretty simple issue. It's a shame we're even here and have to vote on something like this.
Well, it is, except that it's better than not voting on it. You know, what we've witnessed for all too together long is a passivity in the face of this. I think, frankly, people have been scared to even talk about it. But not now. It's changing, and we're allowed to talk about it. We're not only allowed to talk about it, we're allowed to vote on it. And I would simply say that when you look at this choice, you're absolutely right, of course, Grant. You can't have two systems of law. In fact, under the Constitution of the United States, it is in Article 6 the supreme law of the land. So these guys who are trying to insert this alternative to it, and as you say, in mosques across Texas and across the country, they're putting together
and literally
tribunals where they are actually imposing, often on women, by the way,
that's right,
these repressive, in often cases barbaric, Sharia edicts. And that's not permissible in a constitutional republic like ours, and yet those women don't know that they have rights, and they're certainly being denied them in these, essentially, as I said, incipient no-go zones across America.
It's amazing.
Look no further than what's happening in
Frank,
Europe.
I have to cut you off real quick because I'm so short on time, and I do apologize for that. But it is such an important issue. And we're going to stay in touch with Frank because he's on the front lines of this. And as I told you, Steve Bannon's actively involved in this. Glenn Beck is. We had a great event, and I'm so grateful that they're coming on and talking about this, and we can make this happen. All right, investing in times of uncertainty can be scary. We show you why that's not always the case. Next.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you. We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
Welcome back, everyone. President Trump talked about it today. He said he's making a lot of people rich, even some people he doesn't like rich, that they've doubled their net worth. Well, I think we are only just beginning. My friend over at Vertical Research Advisory, the CEO there, Kip Herriage, calls this a generational bull market we could be upon, and he joins us now. Kip, welcome back to the program. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Grant.
All right, so generational bull market.
Yes, generational bull market. We made this forecast 3 years ago. My oldest son and I wrote a book called The Big Bribe, and we forecast in that book and this is when Joe Biden was still president. Remember, it was a big call then, but we said that we'd had a generational bull market that would extend into the 2030s, and it'll be driven by three big things. Now, the Trump economic miracle, we didn't know that, of course, at the time, but also we have an ocean of liquidity out there. Absolute ocean liquidity is driving much of this. Of course, it's also creating a lot of currency inflation as well. And then, of course, we have all of the corporate earnings explosion that's being driven by the innovation revolution. So, yeah, we think this bull market continues for some time, and investors have to be in this market. There's some current risk right now. Short term, we did take a little bit of profits last week, but we're still 80% long, and we think dips are a buying opportunity.
All right, and so this is what VRA Insider is all about, VRAinsider.com. I urge people to go there. You get a two-week trial. Explain to me, Kip, how this works, how your newsletter works.
I was on Wall Street 15 years, managed several $100 million, took 7 companies public, retired at the age of 38, came back to Texas where we're based at. We're a family business based out of here. And basically, we're an investment newsletter. We tell you what we're doing with our money. We're like a hedge fund. We invest our own money, a family office. We tell you what we're doing with our money so you can do what you want to with yours. We write a letter every day. We're just telling you how we're invested. We're not day traders. We're long-term investors, all that kind of thing. But we've beaten the market 19 to 22 years. Last year was another pretty good year for us. We think this year is going to be a barn burner. We think this year, Grant, that the market could be up, S&P 500 could be up 30%, and NASDAQ could be up 50% this year. We think this is the first of many years like this over the next 5 to 10 years.
All right, so what do you tell people that have cash parked on the sidelines?
Yeah, cash is trash. You got to get out of it. We've told people since 2003 and my second ever newsletter that you've got to get out of cash and buy gold. We've been long gold from $350 an ounce, long silver from $5. We have massive gains here. We're still buying. And so that's a big area we have people in right now. We're also fans of Bitcoin, by the way. We have a diversified portfolio of 15 positions. We never own more than 15 positions, so you can be diversified, but not overly diversified. We want you to really feel these wins that you're experiencing. And so I would tell people, take a look at us. You can try it out for 2 free weeks, see if it's right for you. We're always here for your questions to help in any way we can.
Well, I'm a member, and I've been using it, and I've transformed some of my portfolio, slowly building in more and more of my portfolio as I see what you guys could do, and it's all been great, and it's all been successful. 35% returns last year, and the year before was even better. Is that right?
50% the year before, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, you can't beat that. So here's what I would urge people to do. And Kip Herriage, thank you for coming on today, as always. Let me tell people how they can find you. VRAinsider.com. Right now, you get a free 2-week membership. That's VRAinsider.com. Do what I did. It's super, super simple process. Every morning, they send you where they're at. You make a couple adjustments. Sometimes you don't have to do anything. Sometimes you do a few things. It's easy, though. And as I said, last year, 35% returns. Amazing. VRAinsider.com. All right, Democrats are the party of death. I will show you what I mean next.
Joining us is Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company with advice for dealing with seasonal colds and flu. Doctor?
Cold and flu season is here, and every year you or a loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting in a crowded urgent care is brutal. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and it's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions. It includes antibiotics like generic Z-Pak to get well faster, amoxicillin for pneumonia, strep throat, ear infections, plus prescriptions for nausea and UTIs, and even ivermectin. It's easy. Just match your symptoms to the prescription in your guidebook or call the telemedicine doctor standing by. Take your medication early and feel better faster. Having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care in your home. No waiting to see a doctor, no lines at the pharmacy.
Smart advice. We've shared the website and discount code below to save viewers $45. Order now and your kit will be rushed to your door. Thank you, doctor.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
You know, our shows normally take on themes, right? And I think the theme of this program is the derangement syndrome that the liberals are experiencing, not just towards President Trump, but in their own minds. They have an inability to reason. They are evil people in many respects. This is an Ohio Attorney General candidate. He's a Democrat, of course. Elliot Forhan. He is, well, I'm just going to play the clip. This is his campaign slogan.
I am going to kill Donald Trump. I mean, I'm going to obtain a conviction rendered by a jury of his peers at a standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, based on evidence presented at a trial conducted in accordance with the requirements of due process, resulting in a sentence duly executed of capital punishment.
You are a sick mother scratcher, man. You really are. These people will stoop to no lows. You know, on another note, pray for President Trump right now. The amped up violence coming from the left is scary to me. I don't even like the president out on the road right now. He's in Iowa today. I worry about him. I really do. I pray for you guys as well. Stinchfield's Army rolls. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Welcome to the program. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV, Channel 240, 1175 on Samsung TV Plus, Roku TV, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Select TV Channel 106, and of course, follow us on all of the socials, including Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, X, Kick, Get Her, Instagram. It's LFS6B Show, and Twitch as well. Make sure you jump in, like and share, like and share, like and share. The program, again, is a Tuesday night. Damon announced last night he was going to be out tonight, so I am in the host seat. Vin is joining us from West Palm Beach. Vin. He's joining us from West Palm after zipping from coast to coast.
Zipping.
Today, I heard about
zipping
that.
all over.
I heard about that story. Also, Kevin Downey Jr. He is in the house. Welcome back to the program, sir.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure to be here. Been a while.
Yes, it's been a little bit. We'll catch up with you in just a little bit. Slick Rick has got sports and probably the biggest, craziest sports story of the day, which we'll be covering in just a little. Just tease it. Just tease it because of the stupidity.
Stunning news coming out of Canton, Ohio, where the Hall of Fame is. Probably one of the greatest coaches, arguably the greatest coach of all time. Maybe getting a snub for his first ballot of Super Bowl.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
It's crazy. Yeah. Anyhow, so welcome to the program. Again, join us in all the socials, and we'll say hello through the breaks like we always do. Vinnie Mac, also known as Vincent Buta. Vinnie Mac, how are you tonight?
Jeez.
How's things down in... What?
No matter how much you try, no matter how much effort you make, you still can't pronounce my last name. Oh, my God.
Hey.
Well, tonight, what?
Other than that, I'm smooth like butter, but how are you?
I'm doing well. I have been running around today, and I've got my energy drink here.
What is that?
My Milk Duds. Yeah. I've been pounding 2 boxes of these today to keep going. It's been a crazy day, but I'm doing great. You know, it's cold here though. Not New York cold, but it's been in the 50s, high 50s. Thank you. No snow.
Well, is that the setting on your air conditioning in the car?
Pretty much. Yeah. Very convenient. Yeah. Sorry to hear about all that.
Anyhow, anything big on your radar that you want to tease the audience with today?
You know, I've been trying to rationalize from a humanity standpoint, okay? Not from a we're right, you're right, left wing, right wing, just humanity. Like sort of like Rodney King would say, can't we all just get along? I'm trying to unpack Minnesota because I've had so many battles on Facebook, and I'm trying to be diplomatic and all these things, and I just feel like, you know, as humanity, we need to step back because the divide is so big right now. Right. You know, there's just such angst. And I feel like I want to help bring people together, but I also don't agree with a lot of the points of view that are coming out there from the left. But I just see this as just a very, very bad negative thing for society. Even though we know things are orchestrated, we know that a lot of things went on in Minnesota that, you know, we all know about and we are disgusted by it. But when regular people get into debates on this, there's a lot of fire to it, you know? Yeah. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I got good friends that were fighting over this, and, it makes me sad.
And they're all fighting with you. Yeah, and they're all fighting with you. I saw.
Yeah, well, me and others. Right. You know, there's a lot of folks who watch the show that are on my feed, and they're defending not only me, but they're defending what they believe is right, and then everybody gets in the mix, and I'm like, you know what? Both of you are good friends of mine. Right. And I want people to get along, disagree. Like, I get it. It's passionate and it's heated, but yeah, we're all part of the same race here, you know? We're all part of humanity. We have to get along.
All right. Spoken like a true Rodney King.
Yeah, thank you. I was there for that too.
Los Angeles, here we come.
Kevin Downey Jr. You might know him from the what's the name of that high publicity show you do? Oh, the Kevin Downey Jr. radio show on 103.9. On
103.9 LI News Radio.
He's also a writer over at PJ Media. He's on tour. He's going to be again traveling this weekend, doing some stand up out and about around the country. KDJ, how are you? Welcome back.
Good, man. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to be here. The Comedy Road is a lot of fun. I ran into a bunch of patriots who watched this show and, of course, listened to the Kevin Downey Jr. show.
Well, of course.
We had Cindy and Bruce in Pennsylvania. We had a special guest from the crotch of hell, Pennsylvania. That's Clearfield. That's what they call it, the crotch of hell, because that's where meth is. Lots of meth, and it's the number one import-export there would be meth. It's meth. And she was kind enough to come to the show in Tyrone, Pennsylvania, in the there's a state college. There's a big college there.
Oh, is there?
Yes, there is.
What's it called?
I think it's called Penn State
College. Oh, Penn State.
Nephew.
The Lions, baby.
Yeah, so you were across towards the western side of the state.
Yeah, that's sort of right down the middle. Like, if there was a butt crack in Pennsylvania, I would have been there this weekend.
You would have found it. Nice.
It's right there. I think Highway 99 or something, I forget.
I thought that was called Philadelphia, that butt crack.
No, that's where you'd put the enema hose in Philadelphia.
I love the Sixers, so don't get on me. I got Dr. J there.
Way off to the side.
Speaking of sports and Slick Rick is here. He's got sports. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well.
Have a good day?
I did have a good day. Very productive. We had a meeting with the government at Bourne Mansion on Long Island earlier today. We got a briefing from the governor on what she's doing with business and what have you. It was interesting.
And did you tell her she stinks?
I didn't speak to her directly, but one of her assistant secretary, who I've known for many years, who was a good guy. He gave a good presentation on a lot of what she's doing. You know, free lunches, the whole bit. You know, the New York State give away everything. You know, type of thing. So we don't really align too well with the governor here in New York. But
yeah, no doubt.
I had to be diplomatic, but it was good. It was at Bourne Mansion where Big D got married. Actually,
the Bourne is that Jason Bourne Mansion?
No. That's Bob Bourne, the great New York Islander, right, Rick? Right, Vin?
I don't know.
Yes, thank you. Bob Bourne.
You know it, baby, number 14.
I love that they're chucking people in front of the subways, and Kathy Hochul says, yes, I know, but here's a delicious sandwich.
Yeah.
Sorry they burned that lady up. Would you like a delicious sandwich?
Well, you know what? It's all about because, she's running for a re-election.
Yep.
And as Trump is also hitting the road because it's time to sell the economic side of what he's doing, because let's face it, when it comes to it, it's the economy, stupid, right? Isn't that it? President Trump hitting the road today, going to where'd he go there, Slick? What's our favorite place?
The great state of Iowa.
That's
we love Iowa.
Yeah.
We love it.
Iowa.
That's where we're going to kick it all off in Iowa, baby.
Yep, and he did that today. He kicked it off. Here he is, cut number 5. Check this out as he walks in. Cut number 4, I should say, walking into the event in Iowa where he got to meet a lot of people.
It had to be cold as heck.
It's a small little event, but packed.
It was a small business he went to, right? Yeah.
A lot of people showing up, wanting to meet the president, getting to push his economic agenda, talk about making things affordable. And that's what he's aiming for, because let's face it, you know as well as I do, if the Democrats win the House, it's impeachment. That's all they're going to do for the next 2 years, and it's going to completely hamper all the positive stuff that he's done and that he plans to do for the remainder of his presidency. So we wish him the best, and hopefully this is a start, because I said they're going to get him out there. His staff, who's chief of staff, she said it's going to be a campaign season.
Yeah.
So, and let's face it, when it comes to campaigning, Trump is the best, but, you hear Democrats like, he's got some down numbers and blah, blah, blah. It's like, we don't suggest he go out there. That's the sign that he needs to be out there because
as fast as he can.
He's the only one that moves the needle. Is anybody showing up for a Mike Johnson? No. Is anybody showing up for anybody who's running for the House? Unless you're really fans of them, you're not going to show up. Everybody shows up for Trump. He's the one that moves the needle, so he needs to be out there pushing the message. He's the only one who can sell, basically what he's doing.
I would go to Anna Paulina Luna's OnlyFans if she were to have one. I would go anywhere to see her.
You know what? She's one I would show up for as well as Brandon, the kid out of Texas.
Yeah. Oh, Brandon Gill. I love him.
Yeah, Brandon Gill. I think he's great. Somebody like out of Tennessee. Who all their names.
There's so many.
Bushert.
Yes.
Bushett.
Are they Amish?
No, they're not Amish, but they're from Tennessee.
Let's unpack the economy here a little bit. Can we talk about that?
Well, I got a couple clips I want to get to before the end of this break.
All right.
I mean, one of them is super important. Here is this is Trump doing Trump, right? When he's out, it's all about him making connections with people. Mm-hmm. And this is the stuff that people love. It's cut number 6. Here he is taking a question from ABC News. It's a quick one, but this is classic Trump going at it. Cut 6.
Some of your own administration officials have labeled Alex.
By the way, this is ABC fake news. This one. She hasn't asked me a good question in years. I think a nice woman, but I don't really like her too much. Go ahead. What did you say?
I can't comment.
I'd say ABC's about as bad as they get.
President, would you like to see the dollar? And again, stuff like that, only this president can do.
There'll never be another like him.
No, there's not going to be another like him. And when he's connecting with people like that and just riffing, he's
in his element, man.
Here's the part that I think is going to really, and Vin, we'll talk about this too. Talking about breaking down the economy is what's going to make the Democrats super nervous. This is from CNN. Here's a former Biden voter from Iowa. Her name is Betsy Sarcone. Listen to what she has to say. Cut number 7. Check this out.
There's that saying, Trump was right about everything, and that's kind of how I'm feeling right now.
This breakfast conversation, our 6th visit with Betsy Sarcone, dating back to August 2023. Her shift beyond dramatic. A DeSantis, then a Haley voter, said she would vote for Joe Biden if Trump won the Republican nomination. But she changed her mind.
I think Biden probably changed me more than Trump. I think watching nothing be done, for 4 years about an open border.
Now she gives Trump an A-, loves the immigration crackdown, just closed a big real estate sale, and thinks the economy is picking up. Sarcone laughed at Trump's 2020 election fraud claims when we first met. Another big change.
I'm starting to question the election of 2020, right?
He lost the election in 2020.
I don't know.
He lost the election in 2020. The suburbs revolted against Trump in his first midterm, and Democrats are banking on it again. But Republicans don't have to worry about Sarcone. She likes Congressman Nunn and loves that her daughters can use a school choice plan passed by state Republicans.
They've done a lot of great things for us in Iowa.
Yeah, so there you have it. And that is what's going to make the Democrats nervous. Here's a former Biden voter talking about the economy, immigration, common sense things, 80-20 issues that they are on the wrong side of. And, she's now loving Trump.
Yeah, did you notice the waffle maker? She's not waffling anymore.
No, not at all. We'll talk about the economy stuff coming out of the break. We'll do some sports as well. Kicking it off on a Tuesday night live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. We need you to just stay there.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. For 50 years, I've watched Washington betray the American people with dishonest money. Nixon's closure of the gold window made endless debt and war inevitable. Today, our middle class, our currency, and our economy are dying in real time. In my new book, Dispatches to Future Generations, I reveal how we got here, plus the solution, gold. And that's why I'm partnering with Birch Gold Group to give you a free copy of my book along with their free info kit on gold. Click below to get both right now. Inside the info kit, you'll learn how to move your IRA or 401k into physical gold. So click below to claim your free copy of my Dispatches to Future Generations and Birch Gold's info kit today.
You've seen ads that offer life insurance online in minutes, but don't be fooled. Those policies could cost you thousands more than if you made a simple call to SelectQuote. Because with SelectQuote, a licensed insurance agent will compare hundreds of policies from trusted carriers to find something that truly fits you. This includes options with no medical exam and same-day coverage that start under $1 a day. Get life insurance with the human touch and find real savings with SelectQuote.
Visit SelectQuote.com now for your free quote. We shop, you save.
President Trump ended the nightmare for almost all January 6 defendants when he delivered on his promise to pardon those who suffered through our two-tiered system of justice. But there are still 12 January 6 defendants whose fights are far from over. These J6ers still face overwhelming legal battles. Scan the QR code now or visit j6support.com to help stand in the gap, push for pardons for these patriots. Many have lost their jobs, homes, and life savings due to prolonged incarceration, and even though they've had their sentences commuted, they still cannot vote, possess firearms, receive any military pensions and retirement benefits, obtain health care coverage for themselves and their families, or secure employment. Stand in the Gap is renewing our Justice Restoration Fund to advocate for full pardons for these patriots. Please visit j6support.com or scan the QR code to support our fight for justice for these January 6 defendants. Your gift today helps us partner with reputable attorneys and legal advisors to ensure they have a fair chance at winning their cases and having their rights restored. Please donate today to let these J6ers know that they are not forgotten. Scan the QR code or visit j6support.com to make a tax-deductible donation to our Justice Restoration Fund.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. Vinnie Mac, I'll just call you Vinnie Mac. You know, I keep screwing up your last name. Vinnie
Man,
Mac
you've got a mental block on that.
Is down in West Palm. And, of course, Slick Rick is here with sports. Let's do some sports real quick with Slick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code at checkout. LFS6B is the code to use. Slick, what do you got?
All right, on the Rav YouTube, Rick, I got a couple of super chats that you pointed out to me. I want to get to those first. Patty Jamcat, $4.99. Fab 4, manning the desk tonight. Good show ahead. Thank you there, Patty Jamcat. She's a love. She's always in the chat. And XJSCV, $5. I hear KDJ is coming to Las Vegas. I hope it's the one here in Las Vegas. Okay. Well, we shall see. We're at the Horseshoe, right?
No. Wait, yes, the Horseshoe.
The Horseshoe, right? No, let's say good luck with that one. You know, we'll have fun, though. We're going to have a blast.
Yeah, send us pictures.
Oh, yeah, because it's going to be neither sphere nor there for us. Right. Rick and I know that. So some real breaking news. Well, not breaking. It was about 2 hours ago. Some stunning news out of Canton, Ohio, and the Hall of Fame selection committee. Sources say Bill Belichick will not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. If you had to ask me what the odds are on that, I'd say 1 to 1. I mean, crazy, right? This is Dan Van Netter and Seth Wickerson of ESPN. Kind of gives you the outlay. Bill Belichick, the 8-time, remember this, 8-time Super Bowl winning coach, is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. In voting earlier this month, Belichick fell short of the 40 out of 50 votes needed for induction to the Pro Football Hall of Fame during his first year of eligibility. 4 sources with the first-hand knowledge of the outcome told ESPN. Belichick received a call from a Hall representative last Friday afternoon with the news that he won't be inducted into the Hall in Canton, Ohio this summer. Several sources who spoke with the coach over the weekend described Belichick as puzzled and disappointed by his inability to secure support from at least 80% of the Hall committee members. 6 Super Bowls isn't enough, Belichick asked an associate, referring to the championships he won as head coach of the New England Patriots. He won 2 more as defensive coordinator of the New York Giants. That was under the great Bill Parcells back in the day. To another associate, he said, "What does a guy have to do?" Another source familiar with Belichick's thinking said politics kept him out, which is obviously the case. He doesn't believe this is a reflection on his accomplishments. Belichick declined to comment to ESPN. A spokesman for the Hall provided a statement. The Pro Football Hall of Fame does not comment on the voting of the selection committee and awaits the unveiling of the class of 2026 at the NFL Honors, which is a show on February 5th in San Francisco. The inductees are scheduled to be announced next week during Super Bowl activities. Well, apparently they had a leak, right?
I don't understand. Like, who, if he doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame?
Listen to the coaching record, Rick.
Then who?
Right, 333 wins, 178 losses, including the playoffs. Career victories second only to the great Don Shula, the Miami Dolphin coach, who played for coached the Colts too for a little bit in the start of his career. 347, which isn't that many more. In fact, if Belichick came back and had 2 good seasons, he'd pass Don Shula. Belichick was considered by most fans and Hall voters to be a first ballot. The guy was just absolutely incredible, what he did. I mean, you got to give credit to him. He made Tom Brady in a lot of ways who he was, developed him as a young man into a 6th-round pick into a NFL Hall of Famer, and arguably the greatest, not even arguably, Brady's the greatest player of all time. You can't argue that. With 7 rings that he has, he got one with Tampa. It's unbelievable, Rick. It's stunning news.
It's stunning. It's stupid. It makes a mockery of the so-called NFL Hall of Fame. I thought this was the NBA Hall of Fame. I was like, all right, he shouldn't get in on first ballot on the NBA Hall of Fame because that would be silly. He never played basketball or coached there. But you got people from around the league, including Patrick Mahomes. I don't even understand how this could be possible. Insane. Jimmy Johnson. I would like to know the name of the a-holes who did not vote for him. They are too cowardly to identify themselves. That's
just incredible.
That's from a great coach.
Who votes on this, Slick?
Well, it's a selection committee, so it's writers. It's NFL
sports writers.
It's all NFL writers, and
these are all sports writers. Yes. Politically driven sports writers.
It's definitely politics.
J.J. Watt, I can't be reading this right. This has to be some knockoff Hall of Fame or something. It can't be the actual NFL Hall of Fame. J.J. Watt, an actual future Hall of Famer himself, but maybe not after this.
Well, but a point was brought up earlier, and I was actually talking to Aaron earlier. You know, her dad, Jim, who does the picks with us as well.
Oh, you mean
he
George?
brought up a good point that it could be Spygate. Remember that the alleged Spygate, the alleged deflate with the whole Deflategate, and I mean. That was a small little thing about them spying, but I mean, they could do it. They could take that telescope and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. That's ridiculous to be talking about something like of that nature. He was not exactly that charming in interviews. He was very cut into the point, very dry. He wasn't basically he wasn't a kiss ass, you know, Vin. But that should the numbers prove it. I mean, 333 victories, second all time in this NFL league, right? I mean, 6 Super Bowls with one team, and then another 2 as a defensive coordinator. But the thing with the girlfriend, the optics weren't so good, right? But so what?
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Date a 20-year-old girl.
If anything, that should make it automatic. They shouldn't even vote at that point.
These sports writers are all.
He's got a 25-year-old girl. Okay, I'm not even voting.
These sports writers all cover the Vatican. I don't know. It's absolutely ridiculous. I am stunned by this. I really am. And you know what? It really is a bad look for the league.
Oh yeah.
And Jimmy Johnson nailed it on the head.
These people need to be exposed because this is we have to know what metric you're using to say, okay, he's not good enough to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yep. And for the record, I am not a Patriots fan. I am not a Belichick fan. Far from it. But when I see something, it's unbelievable.
Is it possible they're jealous because they're a bunch of billy goat eating trolls who live under a bridge and can't get a hot 25-year-old Slick? Because I don't understand, and I'm not even a sports guy like you. It's just
no, I know. It's just, but I think at this point the joke is really on the fans, unfortunately, and I feel bad for Belichick. And now there's some other coaches that may get pushed back as well. I mean, like you just said. If he can't get in, who can? So now the bar has definitely been risen, or in this case, actually lowered. But I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, you look at guys like Tom Landry, right? First ballot. Of course, Vince Lombardi, one of the greatest.
Chuck Noll was
Chuck Noll, the great Pittsburgh Steelers coach, first ballot. Don Shula. Well, you just read him. He 347 victories all time, the best to do it, right? Until proven otherwise. But I mean, Bill Belichick. I tell you, if I was him, I'd be so pissed that you know what. I would probably take one of these jobs, come back next year. Heck with North Carolina.
I'd be like,
come back and
I don't want to be in your Hall of Fame. Obviously, you're not after the best.
Yeah.
This is a petty little club for the writers to pick and choose who they think they want to nominate.
Yep, they give them a gold jacket, but in this case, it's a fool's gold jacket.
And you would think, if anything, the NFL would actually control who goes into the Hall of Fame, right? You would think, all right, this is the NFL Hall of Fame. Why are we leaving it to sports writers? They really don't.
I know.
They're not part of the game. They write. They're from the outside.
I know.
Right?
I know. I don't know. I mean, he did leave voluntarily. Kraft kind of like forced him out the door. It was time for change, which they did. Then they hired that coach Mayo. That didn't work out too well those 2 years. Now they got Vrabel and they're in the Super Bowl. But they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year, in my opinion. But it's just unbelievable. I'm stunned. I'll be honest with you. I'm stunned. And it's all I got right now for the first segment because I can't even. There's no other story that could. I mean, obviously NFL is going to be stepping up their ice. They're going to be doing ice investigations at the Super Bowl, which is great. Bad Bad Bunny didn't say yes to the dress. He said no. And got a couple other stories coming up as well. NBA obviously had putting their spin on ice. But the best story of all is I got ice hockey's becoming a hot thing in Pakistan. That's a story you get worth waiting for. That's a wrap, Rick. Back to you.
All right, thanks.
You know what this whole thing reminds me of is like how Iron Maiden can't get in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yes. Oh, but Freddie and the Dreamers.
Yes.
We got Salt and Pepper.
Martha and the Vandellas.
Yeah, right. Salt and Pepper can't get are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but not Iron Maiden.
But Iron Maiden, an actual rock band. Well, we don't know about that. They actually play instruments.
I tell you, it's it's politics. It's just it is what it is. It's terrible.
Just amazing.
That's terrible.
That's terrible.
Terrible.
Even Charles Barkley thinks it's terrible.
Yeah.
Anyhow. All right. Well, that's Slick Rick Sports. We need more time on that subject, but unfortunately, we're out of it.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
It's terrible. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code at checkout, LFS6B. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll jump over to Vin, see what he's got cooking. Kevin Downey Jr. also has some news as well. And, of course, we'll see you guys in the chat live from Studio 6B. Real America's Voice will be back.
The Hall of Lane.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America. But every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. We got diaper diplomacy coming up in just a moment. We've got Vin. He's got some news he wants to jump into, but I just want to put a little wrap on this this Bill Belichick story, because Slick, you said something that jumped out at me towards the end of your sports report there. You said that the Patriots are not going to win the Super Bowl.
No, they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year.
I'm putting all my money on the Patriots.
Good. You know what? I had a pretty good record this year in the odds makers.
I am too.
Right, Aaron? I had
After that, all the way.
Yeah, you're 10 over 500, Slick.
I'm 10 over 500. That's pretty darn good.
Aaron, what are you over 500?
19.
19 over. I'll go with 19 over 500.
No, Slick did really good.
No, I'm just. But you know what?
Slick really came back the past 5 weeks. He's been really, really good.
It's the Slick kiss of death. Yeah. That's what I call it. Anytime he says, this team stinks, they come back and win.
I don't know. The Seahawks won this past weekend, so
I know
the Sea Chickens. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Anyhow, all right. Let's do some diapers diplomacy, shall we?
Nice.
We don't want to be in Terminator. Obviously, Elon Musk explains AI and robots at Davos. Check this out: diaper diplomacy.
So, with robotics and AI. This is really the path to abundance for all. If you say, people often talk about solving global poverty, or essentially how do we give everyone a very high standard of living. I think the only way to do this is AI and robotics, which doesn't mean that it is without its issues. I mean, we need to be very careful with AI. We need to be very careful with robotics. We don't want to find ourselves in a James Cameron movie, Terminator. He's great movies, love his movies, but we don't want to be in Terminator, obviously. But if you have ubiquitous AI that is essentially free or close to it, and ubiquitous robotics, then you will have an explosion in the global economy, an expansion in the global economy that is truly beyond all precedent.
Elon, can that expansion be broad?
Yes.
Or is it narrow? And how can that be created? How can it broaden the global economy?
Yeah, the way to think of it is that if you have a large number of humanoid robots, the economic output is the average productivity per robot times the number of robots. Right. And actually, my prediction is in the benign scenario of the future that we will actually make so many robots and AI that they will actually saturate all human needs. Meaning, you won't be able to even think of something to ask the robot for at a certain point.
Wow.
Like there will be such an abundance of goods and services. Because
there goes a lot of marriages.
My prediction is there'll be more robots than people.
More robots than people. Yeah, that's not going to be a James Cameron movie at all.
Oh, God.
Man, Elon can dry paint in a wall, can he? Holy cow.
Sure could.
Exactly.
Man,
sure could.
I love him, but geez.
Yeah, that was a little arduous to sit through. I'm glad they babyfied it because it made it interesting. Vinny Mac from West Palm Beach. Vin, what's going on, man? What's on your radar for tonight?
I've got a few things. They do center around this Minnesota thing a little bit. I'll start with my kind of segment here talking about that. But you guys might not know this. You might know it. But today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. And it's important to note that today because the governor of the state of Minnesota has pointed to atrocities like Anne Frank, the girl that hit herself in a little closet in a room. He's pointed to Nazis. He's pointed to those various groups that then work for the Nazis to round people up. Today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. The Jews were singled out, rounded up by force, and then brought to special camps to be killed. That's what that was about. This thing going on in Minnesota, this has nothing to do with any of that. Tim Walz should be impeached simply for those boneheaded, stupid, deliberate comments, because they're deliberate, in the sense that he's trying to instigate people. Hence that person who used horrible judgment in being a part of that incident in Minnesota when this woman went down and, he had a gun and all that stuff. Just, you couldn't have asked for worse judgment. Whatever happened, we have our opinion on that. But from a judgment standpoint, it's like, hey, Bobby, why don't you run across the LIE, all 5 lanes, and see how that goes? I mean, that's essentially what he did.
Yeah.
Put himself in horrible position. And then here's a pattern, guys. This is what's going to happen between now and the midterms with everyone in Trump's cabinet, because the objective of the way the left is orchestrating things is create chaos around each of these areas so we can then get some people removed to show Trump can't manage and is in disarray. So today's person is Kristi Noem, who has done a great job in just about everything she's done. Trump said that she not single-handedly, but she single-handedly was leading the border. Like, she was on the border. We haven't had anybody come across since Trump got in office. Anybody, since he closed it down. Kristi Noem did that. She oversaw all of that. And maybe she comes off a little tough sometimes. She might not be as diplomatic as everybody wants, but that's what we want. We want someone who's focused and tactical and gets in their face. So they're saying, well, she needs to resign, needs to let her go, Trump. This is what they want. They create chaos, they create an incident, and then they say, well, the person you got in charge needs to go. And I just think Trump's answer was just perfect. He didn't address it any further than, no.
Yeah,
she's done a good job.
As a matter of fact, here is that question and answer for you, Vin. This is cut number 3, exactly what you were saying. Cut 3, check it out.
Is Kristi Noem going to step down?
No. Yeah, that's it. No is a complete sentence.
No, no, period, no. And the other point, someone texted me this just earlier. I thought it was a great observation, and it didn't cross my mind. I'm curious if it crossed your minds on this. Waltz talks to Trump. Trump does what Trump does. Don't be mad at Trump. Trump's trying to make peace and do things in the best way he can. So he talked to the governor. They figured out a way to get the police, which are now cooperating, by the way, to intervene now. And he's not backing off. He got them to cooperate. And he pulled out a border patrol. They shouldn't have been there in the first place but they were desperate for control. But someone brought this up today that maybe Mr. Waltz, Mr. Somali Waltz, thank you, had to work that in for our number 6 signal in the
I see what
country.
you did there.
Mr. Somali Waltz is looking for a pardon.
Maybe.
Could Mr. Somali Waltz looking for a pardon?
Well, you know what? Then that crossed my mind too, because there were a couple things, and Damon was skeptical of this last night, and I couldn't understand why he would be, because it's not like Tom Homan is some weakling. You think you won by getting the other guy out of there? The other guy who we didn't know his name up until about a week ago, right?
Yeah.
And now you bring out the face of deportation, Tom Homan, who has been on TV for more than a year, maybe 2. That's why we know him so well, as the guy who's going to clean this mess up, right? What the Biden administration and the Democrats did. You think that's a win by removing the guy we never heard of for this guy that everybody knows? I don't. Yeah. I didn't see that as a win. And another thing I took from that, especially when I heard that the police were cooperating today, it's like, I wonder. And just cast your mind, Vin. Cast your mind. Decompress your mind for a moment. As I wonder aloud, I wonder if President Trump said, hey, we've got all these other things on you. Do you want to start working with us? Or we can just do this now?
Right.
Do you think he may have thrown some
little give and take?
Did he? You know how he would go overseas and show these terrorists? Here's a picture of your house.
Yeah, Putin. Didn't he show Putin?
Yeah,
I think it was Putin. Right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
It was Putin.
I wouldn't be surprised
by that
if he FaceTimed Tim Walz and said, "Hey, look, I got a picture. I got a picture of this thing with some money making its way to an account. Is that your account?"
Yeah.
Huh, I wonder. I don't know. So I'm going to send Tom Homan there, and I'd like you to work with him. Okay, Mr. President. I think that's what happened.
Let's talk Holman for a second.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really smart move on Trump's part because, one, he's reading his team. This is what good management is. Kristi Noem is great at so many things, but diplomatically, in this situation, dealing with that mayor and governor, they're probably not going to cooperate too much together. You know, that was probably just maybe too aggressive a combination. Holman, on the other hand, he was a cop, number one. And who was he talking to when he went there? Cops. He's talking to the chief of police and others. Number two, he worked for President Biden for 4 years. He knows the Democrats. He got a citation for great work.
Yeah, from Biden,
under
from
Obama.
Obama, right.
Yeah. From Obama, yeah. So the Democrats know him. Now, because he's with Trump, they hate him, but they know him. He can speak their language. He was part of that team. I mean, like it or not, Tom Holman was part of the Democratic machine, but they were doing the right thing back then. So I think this was another brilliant move by Donald Trump by reading his own team and saying, you know what? And sometimes we'll see Hegseth maybe not be that guy and Rubio go in and help in a situation that maybe Hegseth should be doing, because those personalities they're great personalities. I love these guys, right? But they're also strong personalities and perhaps not the kind of one that's going to compromise at a level that kind of needed to happen here, which is what they got. They got the result that Trump wanted. Cops are cooperating.
Yeah. It's kind of an amazing thing. One phone call. And he throws a little, you know, oh, it was a great call. I think we're on the same page. In other words, I showed him a picture of his house. He got the message. Right, Kay?
I love that tactic.
Me too.
Hey, just before we go any further, is this where you live? Okay.
Yeah. It's a nice house.
Why is he showing me a picture of my house?
I like the Japanese.
I saw it on Zillow.
Japanese maple to the left of the mailbox.
So yeah, it's
Trump's the master.
Yeah, it's a stunning reversal when you hear that the police are now working, and we didn't see anything happening today out of Minnesota, did we?
No,
there wasn't any big.
It also proves,
right?
It proves the police were not cooperating. We knew they weren't cooperating. They never admitted they were not cooperating. Right. Now they know they were deliberately not cooperating. Those are big things in my book. Big things, you know. So,
Vin, did you see the Minnesota National Guard showed up and they were feeding the rioters donuts and hot coffee?
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts and hot coffee. I heard they sent Bill Belichick in there to talk to them too. They're trying everything they can. What do you think of that, Slick? Send Belichick in. He's not getting in the Hall of Fame. Maybe he can go in there and create the peace.
He definitely has an axe to grind, that's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just an amazing, stunning reversal. We're going to have to see how this plays out over the next few days and going into the weekend to see if this continues. Because if this is the trend, then we know he must have showed him the house. I'm showing you your house. And all of a sudden...
Let me go on Zillow here and see where that is. Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, Tim Walz has snapped into compliance.
In this case, I think he showed his safety deposit box. That's what he probably showed, whatever he has in there.
You know what I can't understand, Vin? These commies seem to have the license plate database. You can only get that through a cop.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not something we can access.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night, the complicity of the states.
Yeah.
And having people within the government helping.
Who's the guy that does the show, the interviews? Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got more sports. Kevin Downey Jr. is going to hit us up with some knowledge coming up after the break. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down. And the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country. Not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, a movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
The voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Welcome back to the program. Slick has got some sports. Vinnie Mac down in West Palm decompressing. He's got some more news coming up as well. But right now, let's turn our attention to the man with a radio show on 103.5